Good morning, everyone. We greet you from Durban in South Africa, the East Coast, where we get waves all winter. This is the eThekwini Surf Pro 2025 QS 2000 LQS and Pro Junior event. It's being held at New Pier, Durban's premium high-performance wave. We also have a backup area of Dairy Beach at the same beach as well. We're on day 2 of the event. I'm Mike Frew, and I'm going to throw it down to the call with Connor Slipen. Connor, what's happening?
How's it, guys? We're down here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. We're going to start off with the open women and the open men. Oh, ready? Okay. How's it, guys? Okay. How's it, guys? We're down here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. We'll be starting with the opening men and opening women. Waves are looking super fun and rippable. Should get better throughout the day. But yeah, go check it out on the live stream. It's going to be a good day of surfing.
Right, so we are on for a 7:50 start here at the New Pier in Durban. We'll be going into the round of 48 in the men's, and that will be followed by the round of 16s in the women's. Looking at the conditions, we've had quite a significant bump in swell since yesterday. Yesterday we had waves in the sort of 1 to 2 foot region, and now as the tide's coming in, it's looking a lot more juicy out there with solid 3 foot peaks. Nice split peak. Seen earlier on a good right-hand breaking wave as well as a couple of lefts going towards the pier. Just looking at the tides for this morning, high tide is at 9:32, so we've probably got around almost 2 hours of tide still to come in, and then it'll drain out through the rest of the day with low tide being at around 3:30. Winds predicted for the day. It's a northwesterly wind. If you look on the screen there, lovely clean conditions. That's a very typical winter's morning in Durban. We get these cool northwest offshore winds. It's created by katabatic flow off the Drakensberg Mountains that flows into the warm Indian Ocean. We'll have that until about mid-morning, and then we're expecting the wind to turn around to more of a northeasterly onshore direction. That should be good for airs and high-performance surfing throughout the rest of the day. Just looking at the draw, we're going to be going into the round of 48 men. That's what we'll be kicking off the day. And looking at the surfers in the first heat, we're going to have Clay Turrell from the south coast. We've got Xavier van der Merwe from the Cape, and we've got Matthew Canning.
We do have a 2-minute paddle-out time for surfers in the first heat. That'll be the men's
so
round
we'll be kicking that off
heat
at
1.
10 to
You guys have a
7.
2-minute
That'll be
paddle-out
the start
time.
for day number 1.
I would suggest you guys start paddling out
Yesterday,
now.
waves were pretty small. It was actually quite difficult to get the event going. We had to wait for the tide to go out a little bit. It was super high and a lot smaller than today. And they put the event on hold until, I think it was 10. And then we got going with the LQS 1000. And here's a little highlights package to run you through what went down yesterday and all the action from the New Pier.
How's your exposure here?
So that was yesterday's highlights package of the LQS 1000. We had some great longboard surfing there yesterday. I was particularly impressed with Sam Christensen, local boy. He's the defending champion of this event, and he scored a 9 and a 9.23 on his one wave, and really set the bar for the rest of the competitors, and made his intentions clear of what he wants to achieve in this event. How did you feel about the action yesterday, and what inspired you?
Well, the day started off a little bit sleepy with the conditions, but as soon as the day went by, the tide picked up and we had waves all day. And then the longboard QS 1000 surfers really showed up and showed us how it was done. So super excited for the action that we have today, Mike. We are going to be running day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro, and we're going to kick off the day with the QS 2000 men's round of 48.
So very rude of me not to introduce you, Aya, properly before that. So that's Aya Nzuza. Aya's going to be joining me on commentary for the day today. And Aya will be on the first heat, and then I'll be joining in from the second heat again, and we'll bounce between us, calling the heats for the day. So now we've got the opening rounds of the longboard out the way. This morning we are going to go into the round of 48 men. And Aya, there are some stacked heats here. We've got 8 heats in this round. Looking at the first one in the water, we got Clayton Turrell, Xavier van der Merwe, and Matt Canning. And then how's this for a stacked second heat? Jake Anderson, Chad DeToy, Kobe Oberholzer, and Brad Momsen. Some stacked heats for the morning.
Some really, really stacked heats. We have quite a few surfers that have been here before. They're returning for the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And we do have a couple of new faces running through for the eThekwini Surf Pro. So super exciting day ahead here, Mike. And I think we're going to start running and starting off with the day. And I'm going to give the surfers a countdown as soon.
Right, so we're all set. If you have a look on your screen, that's a little bit of a lull. You see a small set making its way through the lineup. Remember, the tide is going to come in right through the morning. High tide is at 9:30, but I'd expect to probably manage to continue over the high tide, because in the sets there's about 6 or 8 waves, and it is in the 2 to 3 foot range. It's already seen some very high performance surfing in the free surfs. So I'm going to hand it over to Aya, and Aya, you will count us in, and we'll get day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro underway. So Aya, we have 1 minute to start. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, surfers, just under a minute to start. So no more surfing. Please set your positions. Right, surfers, we're counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we are on for day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro, and out in the water now is the men's round of 48. Heat number 1. In the red singlet we have Clay Terrell. In the blue we have Xavier van der Merwe. And in the white singlet we have Matthew Canning. So the heat times for the men's round of 48 will be 20 minutes in duration. And up and riding now, that looks like Clay Terrell getting started, the goofy footer from South Coast Umzumbi. Not getting what he was looking for there, but just getting started. Still plenty of time remaining in this heat, 19 minutes on the clock. And up and riding now, that looks like Clay Terrell getting started, the goofy footer from South Coast Umzumbi. So the first wave of red was a 1.0, first of red a 1.0. We have just under 18 minutes remaining, 17 minutes and 45 seconds. And we're watching the paddle here from white. That is Matt Canning, the local boy. It's a short ride there for Matt, not getting around that section. So what that does now is priority is with blue, Xavier van der Merwe. And second priority is with red. So a couple small scores to drop here to start off the day. Right, here we go. Xavier van der Merwe is up and riding. Just also not getting the completion on that maneuver. So first of white was a 0.2. First of white is 0.2. So the last wave of blue was a 0.6. So a couple small scores have dropped here. We do have red in the lead with that 1.0, blue in second with the 0.6, white is in third with the 0.2. They're going to look to get rid of those scores. We have 16 minutes remaining. Surface priority is with red. Second priority is with white. Watching the power here from Xavier van der Merwe in the blue singlet, another short ride there. So it's looking a little bit sleepy here in the early stages of this heat. With 15 minutes remaining, 15 minutes. So priority is with the red. But we see the paddle here from white, not getting on that wave. And blue is choosing to stick on the inside here. He's up and riding. Xavier van der Merwe. So Clay Terrell now up and riding on his forehand. Racing down the line is Clay Terrell. So priority is now with Matt Canning, sitting with a small score of a 0.2. as we watch the replay here. He just got a little bit stuck on that second maneuver as that wave did not offer him what he was looking for. But we do have 14 minutes remaining, 14 minutes. And it looks like white is up and riding now. That is Matt Canning. The local boy here surfs the new pier. Probably has a lot more hours than your regular surfer out here at the new pier. So second to last wave of blue was a 1.4. Second to last of blue, a 1.4. Just an early call for surfers in the next heat. That'll be Jake Anderson, Chad Dutoy, Kobe Oberholzer, and Brad Momsen to please check in. So that's Jake Anderson, Chad Dutoy, Kobe Oberholzer, and Brad Momsen to please check in. We do have a 2 minute paddle out time, so I will let you guys know as we get closer to that time. But if you could please check in with the beach marshal, who's located behind the judging structure. Blue is up and riding now. That is Xavier. It's a better looking turn there to start off with that wave and getting the completion. The last wave of white, Matt Canning, was a 2.5. Last of white, a 2.5. And last wave of red was a 2.0. So early situation in this heat is red in the lead, white in second. But we are waiting for a score for blue. He just had a wave now. And it comes in as a 2.9. Last of blue, a 2.9, so that puts blue in the lead. Red is in second, looking for a 2.31 to go into first. And white is in third, looking for a 0.5 to advance. But we're watching red now. So priority now shifts to white. Second priority is with blue. So top two surfers advanced through to round of 32. But we do have a couple stacked heats here for the men's round of 48. Some big names here in the lineup. So we with red now, Clay Terrell, strong paddle into that wave. Getting one section to work with, but not getting the completion. But we do have the second to last wave of red. It was a 3.27. Second to last of red, a 3.27. So red is in the lead with that 3.27 and that 2.0. Blue, you are in second with a 2.9 and a 1.4. White in third with a 2.5 and a 0.2. White, your requirement is a 1.81 to advance. And you do have first priority white, second priority blue. And we are reaching the halfway mark for this heat. 10 minutes remaining, surfers. With the red in the lead, blue in second. White in third, looking for 1.81 to advance. So with 8.5 minutes remaining in this heat, priority is with white, second priority is with blue, and third priority is with red. So white, Matt Canning, you are currently sitting in third, looking for that 1.81 to advance. Blue, you are in second, and that's an advancing position, but you do require a 2.38 in order to go into first. And we do have red in the lead with that 3.27 and a backup of a 2.0. 8 minutes remaining. So we do have 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Seven minutes remaining surface. We have 7 minutes remaining. Looks like red decided to go wide of his competitors, but now he's paddling closer in towards the new pier. His priority does play an important factor, especially in the dying minutes. Just running the women's line. So a bit of downtime here. Surface really waiting for some scoring potential to come through here in the lineup. And watching the surface here, blue and red splitting the peak. Blue on the left, red is on the right, both on their backhand. Leaving surfer in the white out the back with that priority. Still sitting in third. So we're gonna wait for those two scores to drop. So we now have 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining surfers. As you watch the replay of red, just got a little bit stuck on that backhand rack off the top. And Matthew Canning, now Matt Canning in the white singlet, goes straight for that vertical turn. Getting a second, better looking maneuver there. So it looks like that local knowledge coming in clutch here for Matthew Canning. Waited patiently for that wave. So priority is now with Clay Terrell. Second priority is with Blue Xavier. As you watch the replay here of Matt Canning. A little bit of downtime there. Went for that completion. Just got solid by the end section there was Matt Canning. 4 minutes remaining surface, 4 minutes. Priority is with red, second priority blue. Watching the paddle here from Clay Terrell. Also a goofy footer. And this heat, surfer from South Coast. They actually competed a week ago here for the Ripco Grom Search. for Surfing South Africa, and now they're surfing in this QS 2000 here at the eThekwini Surf Pro, the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro, and they're going to look for better results as they did compete here last year as well. So top 2 surfers make it through to the next round. Three minutes remaining, surfers. We now have 3 minutes. Just going to lock in some scores, and then I'll be able to give you guys an update. But priority is with blue. Second priority, white. So just another call to surfers in the next heat. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So last wave of white was a 6.83. Last of white a 6.83. And he's having another go here on his forehand this time around. What that means is he's facing the wave. Getting a couple maneuvers there. And out the back as Clay Terrell. And a little bit of a smaller one here. Goes for that sweeping cutback. Okay, 2 minutes remaining, surfers. So surfers in the next heat, you can make your way out. Just please make sure that you stay away from the surfers in this current heat. Right, time is winding down. We now have 90 seconds remaining, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, surfers. We do have white in the lead, blue in second, and red is in third.
Thank you, my brother.
1 minute remaining, surfers. We have 1 minute remaining. Last wave of white was a 4.83. So white is in the lead with that 6.83 and a 4.83. Blue in second with a 4.5 and a 2.9. Red, you are in third with a 3.67 and a 3.27. Your requirement is a 3.74. We have 40 seconds remaining. Priority is with blue. Second priority, white. Red is looking for that 3.74, and we now have 30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. We have 10 seconds remaining in this heat. Counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the results of that first heat of the day, coming in third was Clay Terrell. Second place went to Xavier van der Merwe, and taking the win. Congratulations to Matt Canning. Okay, so we're now into heat 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro, and I'm now going to hand the mic over to Mike Frew to take us through the next couple heats.
Thank you, Aya. In the water right now, we have heat 2 of the round of 48.
Thank you.
In this heat, in the red singlet, we have Jake Anderson. In blue, Chad DeToy. That's Chad. Rather, that was actually Brad Momsen on screen. So in the red singlet, we've got Jake Anderson. In blue is Chad DeToy. Kobe Oberholzer will be wearing the white singlet. And in green is Brad Momsen. So 4 surfers in this heat. 2 will advance through to the next stage of competition in this QS 2000 event as part of the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro here at the new pier in Durban. Brad Momsen, your opening wave, a 1.5. See a paddle on screen. This looks like our surf in blue. It's Chad DeToy, very well-known local from the new pier here in Durban. See him regularly on the south coast point breaks as well. Chad knows this wave better than anyone. He's been surfing it since he was about 4 years old. And opening up his account in heat 2 of the round of 48. Behind him, another quick wave there for Brad Momsen. So we'll wait for those scores to come in. We're actually doing a hybrid type of commentary at this event. So we're commentating for the web as well as to the surfers out in the water. So if you wonder why we're announcing the scores all the time, it's to communicate with the surfers out in the water and to let them know exactly what they require in order to advance through these heats. Just an early call to surfers in the next heat. That will feature Eli Birkus, Nathan van Krent, and Nathan Taylor. So 3 surfers in the next heat. If you could check in, please. These heats go very, very quickly, 20 minutes in duration, and the surfers can paddle out on the 2-minute mark. Out in the water and on your screen, we have Kobe Oberholzer up and riding. If you recognize that surname, you might be familiar with his dad, Frankie Oberholzer. Great to see Kobe back in KZN. Been charging the point breaks on the south coast over the last couple of swells. There's actually a clip doing the rounds of him making an almost impossible closeout barrel 2 weeks ago. Scores starting to drop in. Chad DeToy, your opening wave, a 3.83, Chad. Brad Momsen, your waves, a 1.5 and a 1.57. So just awaiting a score from Kobe Oberholzer to still drop in. I can tell you that Jake Anderson has priority. Second priority is with green, Brad Momsen. "15 minutes remaining, surfers, 15 minutes. Chad DeToy, your opening wave, a 3.83. Brad Momsen, your waves, a 1.57 and a 1.5. Kobe Oberholzer, your opening wave, a 1.87. We got just over 14 minutes remaining in the heat. Red has priority. Green, second priority. Right, this is blue up and riding. It's Chad DeToy heading to work on the inside section. So a little bit of sand here on the inside of the new pier. It's one of the only waves that's breaking at the moment along the Durban beachfront when it is very small. We've got a little triangle of sand out there and it's creating a really nice split peak. So we're seeing Surfers opting to go left and right on the peaks. The tide is still coming in. High tide is at about 9:30 this morning, and then it'll drain out, and low tide about 3:30 this afternoon. So we expect the conditions to get a lot more consistent throughout the day. As the tide drops, the only difference is going to be the wind. It turns from a light variable northwesterly, and it goes to a bit of an onshore northeast. But that's not a bad thing, because there is quite a lot of swell out there, and that wind should push a little bit of swell into the Durban Basin. Jake Anderson, our surfer in red, up and riding now. His first wave of this heat. Situation, surfers. Chad du Toit, your second wave, a 2.5. So Chad du Toit leading the heat with a 383 and a 2.5. Brad Momsen, you're in second with a 157 and a 1.5. Kobe Oberholzer, you're in third, Kobe. You require a 1.2 to advance into second. And Jake Anderson in fourth. Jake, you require a 194. So Chad du Toit in the blue singlet leading the heat from surfer in green, Brad Momsen. Kobe Oberholzer in the white singlet, currently in third, needs a 1.2 to take that second place away from Brad Momsen. And then Jake Anderson in fourth at the moment in red needs a 194. Eleven and a half minutes remaining. Right, so priority is with green, Brad Momsen. Second priority is with blue, Chad du Toit. Heat situation, Chad, you're in the lead with a 383 and a 2.5. Brad Momsen, you're in second. You need a 476 to take the lead. Kobe Oberholzer, currently in third, needs a 1.2. And Jake Anderson in fourth needs a 194. 10 and a half minutes remaining.
Hello, system.
Just under 10 minutes. Surfers for the next heat, you may paddle out on the 2-minute mark. So when you do paddle out, please stay well clear of the main peak. Nine and a half minutes, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. We have a little bit of a paddle out there. Surfers just looking for a bump to try and get a ride. Not very big scores required for the surfers in third and fourth. White needs a 1.2 and red requiring a 1.94. Very close between all four surfers at this stage. Chad DeToy out in front with a 3.83 and a 2.5, the two top scores of the heat so far. So Brad Momsen has priority. He'll be able to select and take off on his choice of wave out there. Little set comes through with the very high tide. Doesn't quite break on that bank though. Eight minutes remaining, surfers. 8 minutes. Okay, looks like we might have a little bit of action here. We have a paddle from white and a paddle from blue. So Chad DeToy opts to go right. Kobe Oberholzer books a little turn on the left. So we see Chad DeToy on screen there. Kobe finishing off his wave on the inside. Kobe didn't require much. Look on screen there what his requirement was to get from third into second. Not a very high score. Brad Momsen opting to play the patience game. Doesn't use his priority on that set wave. A little insider, really. On screen, we see Chad DeToy, our current heat leader, at board, really looking fast and fluid underfoot. Generating a bit of energy and speed out there, Chad. So we'll wait for those scores to come in for last of white and last of blue. Surfers in the water, there's just under 7 minutes remaining, just under 7 minutes. Scores starting to drop in for last of blue and last of white. White, Kobe Oberholzer, your last wave, a 193. It's enough to move you in second. Chad DeToy, a 267. It goes into your top two. So situation change. We've got Chad DeToy still leading the heat with a 383 and a 267. Kobe Oberholzer's in second. Needs a 457 to take first. Brad Momsen, you've been knocked down to third now, Brad. You require a 223. And Jake Anderson in fourth requires a 267. 6 minutes remaining. Right, Brad Momsen uses his priority. He's got a bit of work to do now to try and get back into the top two advancing positions on this wave. Really fades out on the inside. He did manage to get a turn or two in just before that, and not a very big score required. So Brad Momsen uses his priority. Priority is now with blue, our heat leader Chad DeToy. Second priority, white, Kobe Oberholzer. Chad DeToy surfing quite a consistent heat here. He's had 3 waves, started with a 383, then a 25 and a 267. Not very big scores, but smart surfing, and he finds himself in the lead at the moment. Right, Brad Momsen, your last wave, a 243, it puts you back into second. So Kobe Oberholzer, you're down to third. Kobe, you now need a 208. Jake Anderson, you're looking for a 241, you're in fourth. This is Jake Anderson up and riding now. Is this wave going to offer him something to work with? Just the one turn for our surfer in red in his third wave. You need 2 of the round of 48. So on screen, this is a replay of Jake Anderson's wave. Looking to try and get out of that fourth place and move into the advancing stages of competition, rather in this heat. 4 minutes remaining, surfers, 4 minutes. Just waiting for Jake Anderson's score to come through. It's a 143, so no change to the situation. We've got 4 minutes remaining. Chad DeToy in the lead. Brad Momsen in second. He dropped down to third. He's back to second. Our surfer in green. Kobe Oberholzer was in second momentarily, but he's back down to third. So Kobe, you require a 2:08, and Jake Anderson requires a 2:41. Chad DeToy leading the heat and with priority. Chad has a 3:83 and a 2:67. Brad Momsen in second, a 2:43 and a 1:57. On screen, you see Eli Birkus making his way down for his heat. Well known for some ridiculous edits that he's been putting out. He put out a new one this week, blowing up. He, of course, was at Stab High in Japan recently as well. He's really made a name for himself with a lot of his free surfing, and we're about to see him in Durban at the New Pier in the next heat. Out in the water, though, that's where the focus is. Chad DeToy is in the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining, and he holds priority, so he's in a commanding position in this heat. The fight is between second, third, and fourth. Brad Momsen is in second with a 2:43 and a 1:57. Kobe Oberholzer's in third, but a very close third. He just needs a 2:08, and he has second priority. And then we've got Jake Anderson in fourth, needing a 2:41. Right, we've got a paddle. We've got blue opting to go left on this wave. That's our heat leader, Chad DeToy. Meanwhile, on the right, it's Jake Anderson. He's found another wave. Jake kicks out, and Chad finishes his wave in the shorey. So let's see how that pans out between Jake Anderson and Chad DeToy, splitting the peak there. We've got 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining, surfers. Priority is with white, Kobe Oberholzer. Second priority, green, Brad Momsen. So paddling for this wave, committed to it, using his priority. It's surf in white, Kobe Oberholzer now. Let's watch Kobe. Takes off on this wave, tags a section. A little bit of white water to get around. Gets the 2 turns in. An important wave for Kobe. There's 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Not sure if he will get out for another one. That leaves surfers in blue, green, and red out the back. So a very important score here that could have a bearing on the outcome of the heat. We see the replay on screen of Kobe Oberholzer's wave. Surfers in the water, just under 1 minute remaining. "40 seconds. We're down to 30 seconds. Scores coming in for last of white, Kobe Oberholzer. And we have Brad Momsen currently in second, still up and riding. 15 seconds, surfers. Counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Surfers for the next heats, stand by. Score still coming in for this previous heat. We are owed a score for Brad Momsen and Kobe Oberholzer. It will determine who goes through this heat. Kobe Oberholzer, your last wave scored a 3.83. Sorry, a 3.33. Brad Momsen, your last wave, a 1.63. So the results of that, fourth place going to Jake Anderson. Third place, Brad Momsen. Second place, Kobe Oberholzer. Winning that heat, Chad DeToy. Close heats, small scores near the end there. Kobe Oberholzer going from third to second in just the last 40 seconds of the heat. Right, we are into heat number 3 of the round of 48. Getting through the heats quickly this morning, and to take you through this one is Aya Nzuza. Over to you, Aya.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. So 2 minutes have gone down here, just under 18 minutes remaining in this heat, and in the red singlet we do have Eli Bucas. And the blue we have Nathan van der Geent. And in the white we do have Nathan Taylor. And just an early call for surfers in the next heat. That'll be the men's round of 48. Heat number 4. That heat will consist of Kai Ho, Togozo Mapumulo, and Luke Malherby. We just saw a paddle there from blue not getting on that wave. So all heats are 20 minutes in duration. So really, really important for the surfers here to get their rides in. And straight to the action here, looks like Eli Bucas in the red. He's known for his above the lip surfing. So we're going to be looking forward to that. Going to see what he's going to be able to drop here. I've seen him have a few features on stab high. He's a free surfer from Cape Town. It's pretty cool to see him come back and returning to the jersey. And blue is up and riding. That is Nathan. Watching the replay here for blue Nathan. Got that redirect. "16 minutes remaining. A couple scores to drop here for our surfers. Beautiful day out here for day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. The sun is out. Waves are good, nice and clean. Durban Upia is known for its offshore winds in the early mornings here in the winter, and then it does usually turn to an onshore during the day, but that won't stop our surfers. Still very contestable conditions out here. And a couple scores have dropped. First wave of red was a 4.17. First of red, a 4.17. First wave of blue was a 2.33. So now sitting with priority is Nathan Taylor. 15 minutes remaining, surfers, 15 minutes. So this year the QS has returned with upgraded points scale from a QS 1000 to a QS 2000. So more points at stake here for our surfers. So we're really going to be looking for those good results. There's a series of competitions coming through here in the African region. Kicking off the year with this QS 2000 at the eThekwini Surf Pro right here in Upia, and then after this we are going to move to further up the coast, in the north coast, for the Belito Pro QS 1000. So lots and lots of points at stake here for our surfers. We have some surfers returning and some new faces. Out in the water now is Belito local Nathan Taylor. Just comes straight off a win with that Ripco Grom Search, which was right here at Upia. So he does have some hours put in water and he's getting started. Up and riding now, Nathan Taylor on his backhand. 13 minutes remaining surface, 13 minutes. So priority is now with red, and red is having a look here. Eli Bucas is up and riding. Getting a bit of a face to work with here, goes for that maneuver. And he is out of that one. So we're now waiting for two scores, last of red and last of white. Then I'll be able to give you guys an update. And the paddle here from blue, that is Nathan van der Geent. Minutes remaining surface, 12 minutes. Okay, so the first wave of white was a 1.67, first of white a 1.67. Last wave of blue was a 2.5, last of blue a 2.5. We're now waiting for last wave of red to drop. Priority is with white, second priority red. 11 minutes remaining surface. Last wave of red comes in. It was a 5-point ride. Last of red, 5 points. So the situation in this heat is red in the lead with a 5.0 and a backup of a 4.17. Blue, you are in second with a 2.5 and a 2.33. You're looking for a 6.67 in order to take the lead. And white is sitting in third with just a 1.67 under his name. And he's looking for 3.16. So Nathan, your requirement to 3.16. Priority white, second priority red.
Remaining surface, we have 9 minutes remaining. We do have red in the lead with a 5.0 and a backup of a 4.17. Blue is in second with a 2.5 and a 2.33. Looking for a 6.67 in order to go into first. And white is sitting in third with just a 1.67. Looking for 3.16 in order to advance. There's another 4.7 in the next heat. Kai Horn, Tomo, Makumulo, and Luke Malherby. You guys are in the next heat. And we do have a 2 minutes paddle out time. So we'll let you guys know when we reach that 2 minutes. And when you paddle out, please make sure to stay away from surface in this current heat. Because we do not want to interfere with the current surface. So what's in the paddle here? White is up and riding, and blue, and this focus on white here. Getting a turn here is Nathan Taylor. To the small turn there, all the way to the lead. Goes with blue. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Now sitting off the back with the lead and priority is Eli Euclid.
We saw a short ride there from Red. Now he's paddling back out to try and regain that priority. Last wave of blue was a 2.2, not factoring in. Last wave of white was a 3.33, and that was enough to put white in advancing position. So blue, you now get dropped down to third, looking for a 2.51. So blue is looking for a 2.51 in order to advance. Your current two scores are a 2.5 and a 2.33. Nathan Taylor is in second with a 3.33 and a 1.67, looking for a 5.84 to take the win. And then we do have Red in the lead with a 5.0 and a 4.17. And if you're joining us on the live stream, we are doing a hybrid type commentary. So our main focus is on the action in the water and the surfers. That's why we are giving regular heat updates, as that is the main priority here today. 6 minutes remaining, surface, 6 minutes on the clock. Watching another paddle here from White, staying really busy here is the young surfer from the North Coast. So Nathan Taylor on his backhand now, getting a few turns there, looking to get rid of that 1.67, and I think it's safe to say that he might have done that. So out the backward priority is Red. Second priority is with blue. Last wave of whites was a 3.73, last of whites a 3.73. So that goes into your top two, which are still sitting in second. But what that means now, blue, your requirement has gone up slightly. You're now looking for a 4.56. So blue is looking for 4.56 in order to advance. We have just under 5 minutes remaining. 4 minutes and 50 seconds remain in this heat. Priority is with Red, second priority blue. So that is blue with second priority, looking for that 4.56. There is still some time remaining here, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. We're watching a paddle here from White's Nathan Taylor. He's up and riding, lots of speed here for the young man. Goes for that sweeping carve, but not getting the completion, utilizing his priority on this wave here. Seeing some scoring potential. That's not to go. For that second section, watching blue now, important ride here for him. He's currently sitting in third. Getting completion there is Nathan. The last wave of blue was a 2.67, last of blue a 2.67, not enough. Blue, you're looking for 4.39. So requirement for blue is a 4.39. White is in second, looking for a 5.44 in order to take the win. Priority is with red, second priority white.
White there. Heat strategy coming into play now. 3 minutes remaining. We have 3 minutes remaining in the key surface.
Last wave of white was a 0.27, not factoring in. Red, you're still in the lead with that 5.0 and a 4.17 backup. White, you are in second with a 3.73 and a 3.33. Looking for a 5.44 in order to take the win. Blue, you are sitting in third with a 2.67 and a 2.5. Looking for that 4.39. So 1 minute and 20 seconds, surfers in the next heats, you can make your way out. Just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. Looks like wave rolling through here at the new pier, and that is our current heat leader, Eli Bucas. "50 seconds remaining, surfers." "40 seconds. Blue is looking for a 4.39, and blue, you do have first priority. White is sitting in second, looking for a 5.44 to take the win. 25 seconds remaining, surface 25 seconds. All right, 10 seconds remaining, surfers. We're gonna wrap this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the men's round of 48, heat number 3. And we're counting down the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the results of the previous heats coming in.
In third place was Nathan from the CN. Nathan Taylor, taking the win was Eli Bucas. tomorrow, Ryland Jarvis, maximum PS. Please may you guys second. We are in the next heat.
So if you're joining us, welcome to day 2 of the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro out here in the new pier, Urban. And we do have the men's round of 48, heat number 4 out in the water now. And in this heat in the blue, we do have current heat leader Ntokozo Mapumulo with that 4.17 and the 2.83 backup. Luke Mulherby in the white with the 1.83 and a 1.5. Kai Hall is sitting in third with the 0.5. Kai Hall, your requirement is a 2.83 to advance. Luke Mulherby in second, you're looking for a 5.17 in order to go into first. We do still have some time remaining in this heat, 14 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority is with white, second priority red. We're seeing some movement in the lineup. Blue is up and riding. He's getting stuck on that first maneuver. So we're going to be expecting a small score to drop for that last wave of blue. As we see, lost his footing there as he went for that top turn. So priority is with white, second priority is with red, and we have 12 minutes remaining. The last wave of blue was a 0.53, that score not factoring in. So a bit of a slower start to this heat. All right, Luke Mulherby now getting started here. Getting a nice two-turn combination, is choosing to stick with this wave. Looking for that reform, but that wave not offering him what he was looking for. Just under 11 minutes remaining. Priority is with red now, second priority blue. As we watch the heat replay, he's up and riding on his backhand. It's a nice setup turn, and he wraps it up nicely with that close-up maneuver. They looked a bit more on the inside, but not getting what he was looking for, 10.5 minutes remaining, so 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Last wave of white was a 3.67. So that score does go into your top two white, but you are still sitting in second. You're now looking for a 3.34 in order to take the win. Red, you are in third, and your requirement has gone up. You're now looking for a 5.0. So red in third with first priority, looking for a 5.0. And we have 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes remaining. So we're halfway through this heat. And halfway through the men's round of 48. This is heat number 4 of 8. And we do have some exciting surfers coming our way. We also have some local wild cards that are going to be surfing later. The likes of Avuyile Ndamase and Nicholas Njapa. With some local knowledge. So exciting times ahead, exciting surfing coming our way here for day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Huge shout out to our event sponsors, Durban Tourism, huge TNS, and Surfing South Africa for making this event possible. And we also have some of the junior surfers surfing in this QS 2000 event, looking to get those points and battling it with the seasoned competitors. This is day 2 of 4 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. We have the LQS, QS and the Pro Junior happening here throughout the course of the event. So lots of surfing action. And if you want to stay tuned and know what's happening, we do have live scoring and a live stream. If you head on over to YouTube and type World Surf League, you will find the day 2 eThekwini Surf Pro being streamed. Or if you go on the WSL app to see the live scores and follow your favorite surfer. 8 minutes remaining, surfers, 8 minutes. We saw a ride from red of a 0.63. Last of red was a 0.63. So red is still sitting in that third position, looking for 4.87 now. So red, your requirement is a 4.87 in order to advance. White, you are sitting in second with a 3.67 and a 1.83 under your belt. You're looking for a 3.34 in order to go into first. And then we have blue in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.83. Priority is with blue, second priority white. Time call, 7 minutes remaining, surfers, 7 minutes remaining. So 6 minutes remaining now in this heat, surface, 6 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, second priority is with white, third priority red. Watching now, but let's keep the focus here on white. Luke Mulherby getting that redirection now, generating some speed here for the end section, and he gets the completion. see how shallow it is there. He's literally on the bank. I was going to try and make his way out. With 5.5 minutes remaining. So what that does now is leave Blue out the back with first priority and first pick to any wave of his choice. And a strong paddle there from Ndogozo Mapumulo. Getting that backhand whip. Now generating some speed here on the flat section and getting the completion. As Ndogozo Mapumulo, 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes. Priority is now with red, but we are going to wait for some scores to drop before I can give you your requirements. Red. Four minutes remaining, strong paddle there from red. You can see the frustration starting to kick in there for surfer in the red. So scores are in last wave of white with a 2.9. That goes into your top two, but you are still in second. Last wave of blue was a 3.73. So what that does now to the situation, blue still in the lead, white is in second. Looking for 4.23 in order to take the lead. Red, you now in third, looking for 4.3. So red is looking for 4.3 in order to make it through this round. We have 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority is with white, second priority blue. And a reminder for surfers in the next heats, that is City Kamara, Rylan Jarvis and Massimo Beans. Paddle out time is 2 minutes and we currently have 3 minutes remaining in this heat. We saw a ride there from red. The score comes in as a 1.33. Not enough. Red, you're looking for 4.3. 2 minutes remaining. Surfers, we have 2 minutes remaining. Watching white now up and riding. Luke Mulherby. It's a bit stuck on that maneuver. Priority is now with our current heat leader, Ndogozo Mapumulo, in the blue singlet. Sitting with that 4.17 and a 3.73 backup. White is in second, Luke Mulherby with the 3.67 and a 2.9. Your last wave was a 0.9, so that ride deemed as incomplete, so not factoring in. White, you're looking for 4.23 in order to take the lead. Red, Kai Hall, you are in third with a 2.27 and a 1.33. Your requirement is a 4.3, and we have 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining surfers. Priority is with blue, second priority red. 1 minute remaining, 1 minute. 30 seconds remaining. Surfers, we have 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Priority is with blue, second priority red, third priority white. Red, you're looking for a 4.3 in order to advance. Just under 20 seconds remaining. Surfers, 15 seconds. 10 seconds. And we're going to wrap this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro here at New Pier in Durban. It's day 2, and as you can see from your screen on the live broadcast, the tide has really filled in and it's got quite deep out there, so the organizers have decided to put it on hold. The event is on hold until 10 to 10. You can see on screen there, on hold until 10 to 10. The high tide is at 9:33, so we've gone on hold around 20 minutes before the full high tide, and then we'll reassess conditions about 20 minutes after the tide. It's kind of coming off the end of springs here, spring tides in Durban, and with the waves being so small, if you look in the very middle of your screen there, you can see those little peaks, and that's where the finger of sand or the triangle of sand is here at the New Pier. But you do need a little bit less water on there to make the waves break. And so a little bit too high now, not enough waves to make it contestable for 4-man heats. So it's on hold for 40 minutes, and we'll reassess the conditions at 10 to 10. So to fill a bit of space until then, we've got 2 guests with us here in our announcing booth. We've got Taryn King and Hayley Hansen. And they're going to give us a bit of feedback and a bit of competitor thoughts on how it was yesterday out there during the longboard heats. And we'll fill a bit of time with that while we wait for the conditions to drain out a little bit and we get back into the competition. So check back in for heats at 10 to 10. Otherwise, we've got some exciting content, some feedback straight from the competitors that were part of the longboard heats yesterday. So Taryn, nice to see you up in Durban again. Hayley, nice to see you. Taryn, tell us a little bit about yesterday. It looked very, very difficult out there. It was contestable. Some of the sets looked perfect for longboarding, and it was, I think, quite a good call to run there. Guys like Sam Christensen. But from your own point of view, I saw it was quite tricky. A lot of your waves actually faded out. Tell us about your experience out there yesterday.
Yeah, hi Mike. Stoked to be here. Yesterday was very tricky. I feel like the wind came up quite a bit in my heat, which made for bumpy faces, and obviously with the waves being so small and fading out, it was quite tricky to find a good running wave. But with that being said, it definitely was very contestable, and we managed to find a couple of waves here and there, and like you said, Sam finding those 9s with like a close to perfect heat score was incredible to watch, and it just shows that there were definitely waves out there to surf, and yeah, I'm stoked to have made my heat.
Also with us here is Hayley Hansen. Hayley, you also have come up for the event. Tell us a little bit about how much time you've spent in the water here in Durban and how it compares to your home break in terms of longboarding.
Thanks, Mike. So I came down on Sunday, so I've been here for around 3 days. The surf has definitely dropped off since then and continues to drop. Every day we're like, oh, this one should be better, and every day we get to the beach and I'm a bit disappointed. But comparing it to our home break Muizenberg, it's pretty similar at the moment. I know last year was very different break. It was quite hollow, fast, but with the smaller swell, the strength of the wave is a bit stronger than Muizenberg, but the swell is pretty much very similar, especially now coming from Muizenberg was tiny. We were just speaking to Daniela Powell, and she was also like, I thought I was coming to Durban, but we're in Muizenberg again. But yeah, it's pretty fun. It's nice to have a bit more power in the wave, and yeah.
We're looking at some of the highlights from yesterday. There's Stephen Sawyer in one of the afternoon heats once the wind had picked up a little bit, and I think that's Ryan Lightfoot. Taryn, even though the waves were quite small, it's quite interesting to me as a Durban local. This is tiny and it feels like there's just no power out there, but interesting for Hayley to say that even though it's that small, there is still a little bit more power than your home break of Muizenberg.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like Hayley said, we used to surfing Muizenberg, which is obviously there's not a lot of power at all. So even surfing 1 foot here is like 3 foot back home. So yeah, there's definitely waves to be had, and it's really, really contestable, and the water's warm and the sun's shining, and I know that it's pouring with rain back home and freezing cold, so to be in Durban in the middle of winter is just such a treat.
And Taryn, tell us a little bit about the significance of this event and what it means, not just for coming to Durban and getting to surf these kind of waves, but more in terms of what's at stake. There's a trophy, there's prize money, but more importantly, there's a spot on the Women's World Longboard Tour 2025, which kicks off in Huntington Beach. It then goes over to Bells Beach. Then we have the Abu Dhabi Wave Pool, and then it'll culminate with the crowning of the world champion in El Salvador. What does it mean to you to come here? It's one event and have such a high stakes type of prize at the end.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, but it's great. I mean, the level of surfing amongst the girls in South Africa has really just gone up like 10 notches. It's amazing to see how well the girls are surfing, and it's incredible to have this opportunity for us. We haven't always had this, and it's really great that we do have the opportunity to get a spot on that tour and showcase what South Africans are made of. And yeah, it's really awesome. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, trying to turn that pressure into catching good waves.
Hayley, tell us a little bit about the names in longboarding. There seems to be a lot of rising stars on the longboarding scene. Obviously, Muizenberg and that area in Cape Town, very much the hotbed. Some names coming out of the Jeffreys Bay area. We've got Sam Christensen, Christy Gilmore, and the likes here from Durban. What other names were you looking forward to seeing in action at this event here in Durban in terms of the longboard?
In terms of longboarding, a standout to me is Noah Grace Garnett. She is studying full-time and still trying to compete competitively in longboarding. She unfortunately got knocked out yesterday, but wow, she surfed awesomely, and I think she is just her surfing has improved tremendously, and I think it's just going to keep on improving, and I think a lot of us should be worried. But also Mary Schleipen, she just came from the ISA in El Salvador. Also, her surfing's improved so much, and yeah.
And there's a lot of those new names, and we haven't seen a lot of them in Durban. I haven't seen Mary surf. I was on commentating during her heat yesterday. I was really impressed. I also saw Noah Garnett surfing yesterday. Similarly on the men's side, who are some names to watch out? They may have been knocked out already yesterday, but who are some of the rising stars on African longboarding tour?
So one of our local boys, Xavier, he I think actually started off shortboarding and now has come to the longboarding field and kind of stood out in SA Champs. Nobody really knew who he was and did really well. And then Callum Loftus, only 15 years old, competing against all these men, and honestly in his heat yesterday everybody was biting their nails. We were like, whoa, is this kid gonna take out? I think he went against Sam Christensen. We were like, even though Sam got the 9 at the beginning with the slow sets coming through, Callum was staying busy and just really shining through.
So it's great to see such a varied field of longboarders in terms of age. Taryn, you've been doing these events for many years. You're a multidisciplined water woman. What does it mean to you to be able to come and compete here at this level? And you see a lot of those youngsters coming up. Give us a bit about how this WSL longboard event fits into the overall context of the growth of longboarding in the sport in Africa in particular, not just South Africa.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, in Cape Town, we've seen at our trials for SA Longboard Champs, we had more juniors than we did open, which was incredible to see. I mean, Emma Schrembrucker, we say all the time, please don't enter the open ladies. She's 14 years old and she serves better than any of us. She's incredible. And the level of surfing in young girls is amazing to see. So I think like the consistency of having these events and possibly having more of these events in South Africa will just help grow the sport and encourage the young girls to enter and push themselves a bit by surfing against the open ladies.
And Hayley, I wanted to ask you, how much time have you spent in the water here in Durban? How many times have you been up here? And you said you arrived last Saturday. Last Sunday, and you had a little bit of time. Obviously, this is not the conditions you see in the videos and, when we have those cyclone swells and that, but how much time have you put in the water here? And does it make a difference, surfing warm water like this, going back to a place like Muizenberg? How do you feel? Does it help contribute to your overall longboarding in terms of performance?
So I spent quite a bit of time in the water, try to get in a morning surf and an afternoon surf. But I arrived and it was onshore, and I wasn't looking forward for the onshore. But coming to the warm water, I don't really think it impacts us. As Cape Townians, you guys think we're all strong because of the cold water, but we're quite wusses actually. So we still all weighing 4.3s, most of us. But it is nice to put on a shorty, and it does help with longboarding. I feel just a lot lighter.
Thanks for your thoughts there, Hayley. So just to wrap up, ladies, it's been great to have you and have direct feedback from somebody or the two of you that have actually been in heats there yesterday. Taryn, I'm going to ask you for just a couple of closing thoughts as we wrap up this little talk here. But it's great to have you ladies in Durban. It's great to see the longboarding, and it's awesome to see it showcased at this WSL level here in Durban.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, WSL Africa are doing such an incredible job to help showcase the longboarding in South Africa. And we, as longboarders, will always support it no matter what. And we're so stoked to be here. Looking forward to getting the semi-finals underway sometime soon and hope for good waves.
Thank you so much. Right, so stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com. The next call will be at 9:50, that's 10 to 10 in 20 minutes time. So if you need a comfort break, if you need to go and make a coffee, if it's night time in the region of the world where you are, maybe go and get a cold one, and we'll connect again at 10 to 10.
Okay, so surfers, the next call will be at 10:05 a.m. We are on hold. Next call will be at 10:05 a.m. Alrighty, the call has been made. We are on at 10:20 a.m. At 10:20 a.m. we are on with the men's round of 48, heat number 5. So, announcement for the men's round 48, heat number 5. That is City Kamara, Rylan Jarvis, Massimo Biens. The call has been made and we are on. And in just under 15 minutes, 10:20 a.m. starts.
Call for service champion. According that will be starting at 10:20. City Kamara, Ryan Jarvis, and Anthony again. The future champion team.
Welcome back to day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro at the new pier. We've put the contest on hold. It's been on hold for a little while to allow the high tide to pass and the tide to drain out a little bit. And we'll be getting underway with competition at 10:20 local time in South Africa. So that is in around 6 minutes time. We'll be getting underway with Heat 5 of the round of 48. That will feature Sidi Kamara, Rylan Jarvis and Massimo Bienz. Action will be getting underway shortly. So back on at 10:20.
Change bed sleep, please.
surfers, we have 1.5 minutes to start and no surfing, no more surfing.
One minute to start. 1 minute. Right, surfers, stand by for your countdown. 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the start of heat number 5, round of 48 in the QS 2000 eThekwini Surf Pro 2025 here at the new pier. In the water at the moment. In the seat we have 3 surfers. We've got Sidi Kamara wearing the red singlet. We've got Rylan Jarvis wearing blue. And we've got Massimo Bienz wearing the white singlet. We had the contest on hold for a while, about an hour and a half or so, in order to let the tide drain out a little bit. And now that we've passed the high tide mark, we're on the outgoing tide. Low tide is at about 3:30 this afternoon, so 6 hours of tidal movement. And we had our first ride of this heat. It's our surfer in the white singlet, Massimo Bienz. Massimo electing to go left on that wave. Wave makes its way towards the new pier in Durban and towards the deeper water in the Rip. So Massimo, first wave of the heat. As soon as those scores drop in, we'll update the surfers in the water in terms of what their requirements are. If you're watching online with us, welcome to the broadcast. This is a hybrid broadcast. What you hear online is the same as what the surfers are hearing out in the water. That's why we keep announcing scores and priority situations. Because same time as we announce on the broadcast, it's the same feed that goes out to the surfers in the water. Massimo Bienz, your opening wave, a 2.33. 18 minutes remaining. Just an early call for surfers in the next heat. That's heat 6 of the round of 48. That will feature Simon Winter, Josh van Wyk, Logan Tilsley, and Chiman Koning. 17.5 minutes. Just the one wave ridden so far from our surfer in white, Massimo Bienz. Looks like he's found another one, so staying very busy, our surfer in the white singlet, getting 2 quick waves on the scoreboard before his other 2 competitors have even caught 1 each. So Massimo's strategy there, hanging a little bit on the inside and getting 2 waves within the first 3 minutes of the heat. So naturally that will put him in the lead because his fellow competitors haven't caught a wave yet. On screen you see a replay of Massimo's first wave. We cut back to live action. This is Massimo Bienz's second wave, our surfer in the white singlet. So you can see there is still a little bit of a high tide nature to the wave. It's not running and unloading on the bank by any means. You can definitely see a little bit of lump and bump from the high tide out there, but it is breaking again. Over the full high tide at 9:30 this morning, it wasn't breaking at all, so the officials deciding to call off the heats for half an hour either side of the high tide, and we should see it get more and more consistent as we go into the afternoon. Massimo Biens, your second wave scored a 3. So your scoring waves, Massimo, a 3 and a 2-3-3. You have a look on the screen, you can see there's a buoy out to sea there, and you can see the wind, just a little bit of a ruffle, moving from left to right on screen. That's the onshore northeasterly wind. Traditionally comes up in wintertime here in the KwaZulu-Natal region of South Africa. Generally it's offshore, beautiful northwesterly winds. It makes for the best surfing conditions. And as the day heats up, we get a bit of an onshore wind. And that will continue to pick up through the afternoon. So that's a northeast that's blowing on the east coast of South Africa. 15 minutes remaining, surfers. Just 2 waves ridden, and they are both from our surfer in white at the moment, Massimo Biens, a 3 and a 2.33. Once again, a call to surfers in the next seats. Make sure you've checked in, please. That'll be heat 5 of the round of 48. Simon Winter, Josh van Wyk, Logan Tilsley, and Chairman Koning. If you could check in, please. Fourteen minutes remaining, surfers. So we await a opening wave from City Kamara and Ryland Jarvis, our surfers in red and blue. Massimo Biens already has 2 waves, a 2-3-3 and a 3. Out in the water, we've got red and blue distance themselves. They're quite far out in the lineup on the peak, quite deep, while Massimo has positioned himself a lot further in on the inside, and that's kind of where he caught those 2 opening waves. So a lot of strategy playing out in the water. Do you sit on the inside and opt to take the smaller waves, or do you sit out at the back and be patient and hope that a bigger set comes through in order to potentially get a bigger score? The surfers only have 20 minutes in each heat, so you got to make that call. And I was speaking to Matthew Canning earlier on. He was in the very first heat of the day. He opted to sit and be patient and wait for a set, and almost never came. He actually had to wait almost 10 minutes. Eventually that set did come, but prior to that he was slipping down the rankings in the heat. So nervous times for our competitors out there in red and blue at the moment, waiting for their opening waves, being very patient. Massimo Biens in white will be feeling a lot more confident. He's already had 2 waves, so he's got a good foundation to build the heat on. You have a look at the very top of your screen on the broadcast. Right out in the distance, out at sea, you can see a little bit of a lump and bump. It's a little bit of southerly swell that's starting to come up the KZN coastline. And we are hoping that later this afternoon and into tomorrow and Saturday, we'll start seeing a little bit of that swell action starting to come in towards the piers. Looking at the forecast, that swell is very southerly. You need at least a 170-degree swell to come into the Durban Basin. At the moment, the swell is about 205 degrees, but it is on the increase in terms of swell size. So we should see conditions continue to improve. Yesterday was very, very small. And today, when the sets come through, it is in the 3-foot region, and we are expecting it to get a lot more consistent as the tide drains. Surfers, 11 minutes remaining. 11 minutes, no change to the situation. Massimo Bien's in the lead with a 3 and a 2-3-3. So some heats do go like this. You are surfing against each other, but also you're surfing against the ocean and what it throws at you. Those of you who might remember Margaret River, the final at Margaret's, where Geordie managed to get those 2 quick waves and win the final. He opted to be a little bit busier. Similar to kind of what's playing out in this heat, with just 2 waves ridden so far. Looks like the surfers on the outside seen a little bit of action. We've got Massimo Bienz in the white singlet on the inside, being very sneaky, getting 2 quick waves from his other competitors and positioning himself in the lead. You can't see it on screen, but there's probably about 30 meters separating the surfers between white and red. Massimo way further on the inside. So it's certainly, first thing I thought of when I saw this heat playing out like this was that final in Western Australia with Geordie Smith and Griffin Colapinto. Griff only got the 1 wave in the final. Geordie was quite busy. He managed to take off on that second one, and that got him the win. So you are surfing not just against your fellow competitors, but also against the ocean. You've got to take what it throws at you and then decide whether it's worth going on those small ones. Moment that is working out for Massimo Bienz. Surfers in the water, we got 8.5 minutes remaining. 8.5 minutes. Just a note to surfers in the next heat. You can paddle out on the 2-minute mark, so not at the 5 minutes, paddle out on the 2-minute mark. We'll let you know when that is. 8 minutes remaining, 8 minutes. We're down to 7.5 minutes. Situation still the same. We've got Massimo Bienz with 3rd priority. He's had those 2 waves. Very early wave, he scored a 2.33. He then backed that up very quickly with a 3. And it's the only 2 waves that have been ridden in the heat so far. We're down to 7 minutes. So the pressure now piling on. City Kamara and Ryland Jarvis, because they haven't had a wave. And they'll be desperately looking for something out there, deciding whether it's worth sitting on the outside and continuing to be patient, waiting for a set, or do they paddle in and try and get one of those smaller waves. However, you could turn around, paddle in for one of the smaller ones and get caught off guard and miss a set. So, tough decision for our surfers in blue and red out there. What are they going to do for the rest of the heat? Pressure is off surfer in white, Massimo Bienz. And it looks like we're going to get another ride from him, up and riding. So Massimo really got a great rhythm in this heat. It's been going well for him, and he's up and riding on another wave. Now, finally, at the back, it's our surfer in red, City Kamara. He finds his opening wave. So City, surfer in red, has a score on the board now that will automatically put him into second position. And if you cast your eyes out to the back, it looks like there may be another peak lining up. There is. So, looks like Ryland Jarvis now up and riding. Ryland in blue. So all our surfers have had waves. Ryland had to be very, very patient waiting for that wave. Coming unstuck in the mid-break. However, at least he has a wave now. He's got a score on the board. More waves rolling through. It's City Kamara now in front of Ryland Jarvis. 2 turns. So action heating up in the last 5 minutes of this heat. We've had 15 minutes, and of that 15, about 12 minutes with almost no sets to surf. Suddenly a flurry of sets, and each of the surfers have had a wave. So let's see what the judges thought of that. They have access to a bit of replays in that, and they can check out some action before punching in their scores. Critical scores coming in here for City Kamara and Ryland Jarvis. It's going to be a close heat here. Not a very big spread of scores between all 3 competitors. I'll let the surfers in the water know as soon as those scores drop in. We are still waiting for couple. Ryland Jarvis, your opening wave, a 2-1-3. A 2-1-3. City Kamara, your first wave, a 2.1. Massimo Bienz, your third wave, a 3.5. Now we just wait for one more wave of City Kamara, his second one to drop in. That was the one with the 2 turns that he did in front of the surfer in blue. As soon as that's in, we can give the surfers a situation update. In terms of priority, we've got Massimo Bienz in priority, Ryland Jarvis second priority, and City Kamara in third priority. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen there. The P means Massimo Bienz is in priority, Ryland Jarvis is in second priority, and City Kamara in third.
The battery says we're done quick here. Come and get one.
Red City Kamara, your last wave, a 3.57. So situation, Massimo Bienz in the lead. City Kamara is in second. City, you require a 2.93 to take the lead. And Ryland Jarvis, you're looking for a 3.55. Quick in and out there for Massimo Bienz. Couple more waves rolling through. So let's announce the situation again for the surfers. That last wave of Massimo won't count, won't be part of his top 2. Surfers, there's 2.5 minutes remaining. Massimo Bienz, you're in the lead with a 3.5 and a 3. City Kamara, you're in second with a 3.57 and a 2.1. You need a 2.93 to take the lead. Ryland Jarvis, you're in third, Ryland, with priority. You need a 3.55. So Massimo Bienz in the lead with a 3.5 and a 3. City Kamara with the highest single wave, a 3.57 and his 2.1. That puts him in second, needing a 2.93 to take the lead. And our surfer in blue, Ryland Jarvis, is in third at the moment. He has priority, needs a 3.55 to take second place away from City Kamara. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining. Just under 1.5 minute surfers. Once again, white leads from red. Blue, you're looking for a 3.55. So Ryland Jarvis hanging on to priority. He's going to need a wave in the last minute to try and get that score and move from third place into second. Only the top 2 surfers advance out of each of these heats. And we've got just under 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, the batteries seem to be low, all the batteries.
We can hear some spectators whistling on the beach, cheering their surfers on. Got 30 seconds, surfers.
There's only 2 batteries that are good for this camera, and they're both low. I put that one on charge now. This one's not even.
We're down to 15 seconds. And we count the heat down. 3, 2, 1.
I'll check now.
So that siren signals the end of heat 5 of the round of 48. Next heat standby. Score still coming in for the previous heat. Right, so we're counting down for the next heat, heat 6. Stand by. 3, 2, 1. Results of that last heat. Third place, Ryland Jarvis. Second place, Sidi Kamara. And winning that heat, Massimo Bienz. So only 8 waves ridden in that heat. And Massimo Bienz getting the better of the exchanges, starting early. We are into heat 6 of the round of 48. 18 minutes remaining. In the water, in the red singlet, we have Simon Winter. In blue, we got Josh van Wyk. In the white singlet, Logan Tilsley. And in the green singlet, Tishman Koning. No rides yet in this heat. Just an early call for surfers in the next heat. That'll be heat 7 of the round of 48. So please check in. That'll be Cooper Smith, Stephen Sawyer, and Teva Bushgua. If you could check in, please. Your heat coming up next. So 17 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. 2 more heats after this in the round of 48 men's. It's day 2 at the eThekwini Surf Pro 2025. This is a QS 2000 at the new pier in Durban. It's the first qualifying series event of the 2025-2026 Africa Series calendar. It's the second time that the eThekwini Surf Pro has been held in Durban. Last year, the first time. It featured the QS event as well as the LQS, the longboarding. This year, it features the QS 2000, the LQS longboarding, as well as the JQS, the juniors. So it's great to see an expanded format. 4 days here at the new pier in Durban. Yesterday, had a full day of longboard surfing. We saw some high scores. Sam Christensen, the defending champion, getting a 9 and a 9.23 in his heat. Incredible surfing to watch on the longboard. And of course, we've still got the JQS to kick off. And the event runs all the way till the end of Saturday. Out in the water right now, though, it's the men's. It's the heat 6 of the round of 48. And padding into the first wave of the heat, it's from Cape Town in red. It's Simon Winter. He's done well at events in Durban before. He's spent quite a bit of time here in the New Pier Bowl, so he knows it well. Behind him, it's Tejman Koning. He's wearing the green singlet. We're going to see another ride. Right, so just 2 waves there for our surfer in green and our surfer in red. "15 minutes to go. 15 minutes. Looks like we got a paddle up and riding. It's Logan Tilsley. Logan wearing the white singlet. And already in this heat, the tide has drained another 20 minutes, and it's already looking a little bit more consistent as the tide drains. We expect it to get more and more consistent through the afternoon, and then that onshore breeze that's going to blow. What that'll do is just gently nudge in any more swell that's out there. We know there's a ton of swell out on the horizon in the 2 to 3 meter range, and just need that to wrap in a little bit and provide a little bit more power here in the Durban Basin. And that should happen as the tide goes out. We're expecting conditions to improve throughout the event in terms of swell size. There is a big front that passed Durban yesterday. There's a bit of swell out at sea. And then another big cold front that comes through on Friday and Saturday. And that brings even bigger swell in the 4 to 5 meter range. Doesn't mean that that's going to get into the Durban Basin, though, because that swell is quite southerly. It kind of goes past Durban. But the effect of all that energy out in the ocean does produce little waves here at the new pier, probably in the 3, maybe 4 foot range. Simon Winter, your opening wave, a 483. Logan Tilsley, yours, a 183. And Tejman Koning, your opening wave, a 233. So Simon Winter in the lead with a 483. Tejman Koning in second with a 233. Logan Tilsley, you're in third. You need a 051. And then Josh van Wyk in fourth. You require a 234. We've got 13 minutes remaining. 13 minutes. Once again, while there's no waves, let's let the surfers know where they stand in the heat. So Simon Winter, in red, you're in the lead. A 483. Tejman Koning in the green singlet, you're in second with a 233. Logan Tilsley, you're in third, Logan. You require a 051. And Josh van Wyk, currently in fourth, but holding priority, you require a 234. So Logan Tilsley taking off on a quick in and out there. Behind him, this looks like surfer in the blue singlet, Josh van Wyk now. He might get a little inside section as this wave builds up on the inside, smacks it on his backhand. Got a little power on that wave. It was good work to stay with it as it hit the inside. So Josh has a score on the board now. Let's see what, as the judges' scores come through, see how it impacts the situation. If you look at the spread of scores at the moment, Simon Winter's got a 483. Josh van Wyk about to post a score, but not a very big spread of scores among all four surfers at the moment. Logan Tilsley up and riding. Staying very busy on the inside. This is his third wave of the heat so far. Round of 48. Pumping that board all the way through to the inside, almost on the sand. Red up and riding. It's Simon Winter. So Simon, just with the one wave, a high score of a 483, looking to back that up with his second ride. Look at that, Simon finishing right on the sand, having a little quick check of his board, see if he's still got all three fins after riding onto the sand like that. We got 10 minutes remaining, surfers, 10 minutes. Just waiting for last of reds to drop in, and then I'll update you on a situation. Josh van Wyk, your opening wave, a 3.33. Logan Tilsley, your last wave, a 183. And Tejman Koning, your opening wave, a 2.33. Out at the back, it looks like it's Tejman Koning up and riding. Just a quick in and out there for him. That'll be a counting wave though. It's his second wave of the heat. Right, stand by. As soon as all the scores are in, we'll update you. There's 9.5 minutes remaining. Still waiting for scores. Right, Simon Winter, your last wave scored a 6. So situation, Simon Winter in the lead, a 6 and a 483. Logan Tilsley, you're in second. You need a 9 to take the lead. Josh van Wyk, you're in third. Josh, you need a 0.33. And Tejman Koning, you're in fourth. You need a 133. So once again, Simon Winter in the lead with a 6 and a 483. Logan Tilsley is in second with a 183 and a 183. He needs a 9 to take the lead. Josh van Wyk in the blue singlet. Josh, you have priority and you need a 0.33. And Tejman Koning in fourth at the moment needs a 133. Red leads from white. Blue in third needs a 0.33. And green in fourth looking for a 133. We've got 8 minutes on the clock. Priority is with blue, second priority white. Just under 8 minutes remaining. Heat 6 of the round of 48. We've got Simon Winter in red in the lead with a 6 and a 483. Logan Tilsley is in second with a 183 and a 183. He's looking for a 9 to take that lead away from Simon Winter. Josh van Wyk in the blue singlet. Josh, you're in third. You need a 0.33. And Tejman Koning, you're in fourth. You require a 133. Priority blue, second priority white. 7 minutes. 7 minutes remaining. So priority still blue, second priority white. Blue, you're looking for a 0-3-3. And green in fourth, you're looking for a 1-3-3. The highest score of the heat so far is the last wave from Simon Winter. It was a 6, and Simon's opening wave at 4.83. He's well out in the lead at the moment. Surfer in second needs a 9 to take that lead away from Simon. But very, very close between second, third, and fourth. Our surfer in white, surfer in blue, and surfer in green. Only 1.33 points separating those three surfers. Up and riding on the inside is Tijman Koning, looking for the reform, hoping to try and stay with it. Behind him, it's an important ride for Josh van Wyk. He didn't need a very big score to try and snatch that second place away from Logan Tilsley. So now, Logan Tilsley has priority. So Josh van Wyk uses his priority on that left. Priority switches to Logan Tilsley. 5 minutes remaining. Simon Winter now, quick in and out. Wait for those scores to drop in from last of blue and green. See what the bearing is on the situation in the heat. Right, scores are in. Logan Tilsley, your last wave, a 1.83. Tijman Koning, your last wave, a 1.2. We've had a situation change. Josh van Wyk, you're now in second. So Simon Winter leads. Josh van Wyk, you're in second. You need a 7.5 to take the lead. Logan Tilsley's down to third now. Logan, you need a 2.74. And Tijman Koning in fourth, you need a 2.24. So white in third needs a 2.74. And green in fourth, looking for a 2.24. Up and riding, an important ride here for our surfer in the white singlet. It's Logan Tilsley. Tags the lip, throws a little bit of spray straight into another one. Light footwork required on these pretty weak waves here at the new pier. And these young men are really, really throwing everything they've got at it on those little turns. Wherever a little corner or a little bit of energy pops up for them, they're hitting the lip. And an important ride there for Logan Tilsley. So let's see if it's enough for Logan to snatch back that second place from Josh van Wyk, who also had a quick wave in that exchange. Surfers, we've got 3.5 minutes remaining. Red, you have priority. Simon Winter, second priority. Tijman Koning. Three minutes on the clock, surfers, 3 minutes. Priority is with red. Second priority, green. Simon Winter leads with a 6 and a 4.83. Josh van Wyk, you're in second, Josh. You need a 7.5 to take the lead. Logan Tilsley, you're in third, Logan. You need a 3.39. Logan's last wave at 2.67. Josh van Wyk's last wave at 2.73. Tijman Koning in fourth, you need a 3.73. So once again, quickly an update for you. 2.5 minutes remaining. Simon Winter leads. Josh van Wyk in second. Logan Tilsley in third. You need a 3.39. And Tijman Koning in fourth, you need a 3.73. So after that last wave of Logan Tilsley at 2.67, the spread has become a little bit more between surfers in second, third, and fourth. We've got around 3.74 points separating second and third. It's an important ride, that last one of Logan Tilsley, the one with the 2 backhand turns. He managed to distance himself. We're down to 90 seconds. Is Josh van Wyk going to be able to hang on to second place here? His last wave was a 2.73. Not much separating second, third, and fourth in the last 90 seconds. Logan Tilsley is in third, needs a 3.39. Tejman Koning in fourth needs a 3.73. Not very big scores, but you need the wave. So let's look at priority. Simon Winter has priority. Second priority, Tejman Koning. Third is Josh van Wyk with Logan Tilsley in fourth priority. We've got just under 1 minute remaining. Red leads, blue second, white in third, needs a 3.39, green in fourth, requiring a 3.73. 40 seconds. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds, surfers. We're counting down the heat. 3, 2, 1. So results of that heat: fourth place, Tejman Koning; third, Logan Tilsley; second place, Josh van Wyk; and winning that heat, Simon Winter. Next heat, stand by for your countdown. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to hand over to Aya Nzuza, who will take you through the next 2 heats.
Okay, so out in the water now is the men's round of 48 heat number 7. We just saw a ride there from Stephen Sawyer in the blue singlet. Also out there with them is Cooper Smith in the red. And then we have surfing the white singlet Teva Bushkua. And an early call for surfers in the next heat. That'll be Suede Skalkvik, Clinton Gravitz, and Nicholas Njapa. So please check in. You guys will be surfing straight after this heat. So just an update here for all competitors. The men's round of 32 will follow the men's round of 48, and heat times will change to 25 minutes in duration, and the competition area has been extended to the dairy bowl. The 2-minute paddle out time still counts, and we won't be running the LQS today. But watching the action here, looks like White on the left and Stevie Sawyer getting the completion here. Get the support from the beach. So Stevie Sawyer is competing in both the LQS and the QS 2000. He's out there on weirdly shaped board, but looks like it's moving here in these conditions at the new pier. We can see the onshore wind starting to slowly trickle in, which will make the conditions rather a little bit more challenging, but there's still some scoring potential as we watch the paddle out the back in the red singlet. That is Cooper Smith back in the jersey. Had a tough year last year with some injuries that he had to deal with, but he's looking sharp, he's looking strong as he returns here for the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro. So a few scores have dropped here for our surfers. Stevie Sawyer, your first ride was a 0.3, and the second wave of blue was a 1.17, but we are still waiting for your last ride. And first wave of red was a 0.57, so he will want to get rid of that as time goes. Priority is with red, second priority is with white. If you're joining us on the stream, hello, how's it? We have 15 minutes remaining in this heat. This is heat number 7 of the men's round of 48. We're waiting for some scores to drop here. We just saw a ride from white and a ride from blue. And we will be running the men's round of 32 after the last heat of the men's round of 48. And heat times will change to 25 minutes in duration. But we're still going to be having 20-minute heat times for the remainder of this men's round of 48. So the last wave of blue comes in. It was a 6-point ride. Last of blue, a 6-point ride. Last wave of white, a 4.33. Last of white, a 4.33. The current situation, surfers, we do have blue in the lead, white in second, red is in third. Red, your requirement is a 3.77 to get into that advancing position. So top 2 surfers in this heat make it through to the men's round of 32, where they'll be a step closer to getting that event win. The points have upped here. Last year it was the QS 1000. This year it is the QS 2000. So that is an upgraded point scale. And we're going to be seeing some of the surfers coming in later, some top seeds. Yeah, we have Luke Thompson, who's currently in the CS and also a defending champion for the eThekwini Surf Pro. But wait, let's have a look here. That is our current heat leader, Stevie Sawyer. Looking strong there with that backhand attack. Surfer from the Eastern Cape. Jeffreys Bay. So he's familiar with the right-handers. And last wave of blue was a 4.43. Last of blue, a 4.43. So hitting the double digits now with this heat total, sitting with a 6.0 and a 4.43. And white is in second with just a 4.33, looking for a 6.1 now in order to get the lead. And Cooper Smith is sitting with that throwaway 0.57. Looking for a 3.77 to advance, and he has first priority. Let's have a look here. Cooper Smith is the youngest competitor in this heat that's currently in the water. Former Durban boy, or rather Belito boy, recently moved to Cape Town. But he does have some knowledge of the new pier break. The competition site has been extended to the Dairy Bowl as well, so surfers can surf this whole beach in front of us here. The new pier and the Dairy Bowl. Last wave of red was a 3.17, just short of the requirements. Cooper, you're now looking for a 1.17. 1.17 is your requirement to advance. Priority is with white, second priority blue. Finding his rhythm here now is Cooper Smith. He's up and riding yet again, opting to go left this time around. Gets a nice cutback to start off with that wave. Now gaining some speed, gets a little section to work with, throws that tail. Now enters a bit of a sleepy section. Out the back, we do have Stevie Sawyer. Goes for that backhand crack, redirects. Now he's opting to go left towards the ball there. Will he get a section to work with? We lost him here on the camera footage. 10 minutes remaining, surface 10 minutes remain. So right there from red and blue. So what that does now, white is out the back with the first priority and first pick to any wave of his choice that rolls through the lineup. The last wave of blue was a 3.53, that score not factoring in. Last wave of red was a 3.87, so you got rid of that 0.57, and that score was enough to put you in an advancing position red. So white is now sitting in third, looking for a 2.71. So white, your requirement is a 2.71 in order to advance and make it through to the next round. And you do have priority, and he is up and riding. Eva Pushkua. Eight minutes remaining, surfers. We have 8 minutes. Priority is with red, second priority blue. 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with red. Second priority is with blue. Last wave of white was a 4-4-7. Last of white a 4-4-7. So we do have a situation change. White, you now sitting in second. Red, you get pushed down to third. Looking for a 4.93. So red is in third now, looking for a 4.93. So full situation update. Surfers blue, Stephen Sawyer, you are in the lead with a 6.0 and a 4.43. White is in second with a 4.47 and a 4.33. You require a 5.97 to take the lead. Red, you are sitting in third with a 3.87 and a 3.17. Your requirement is a 4.93. So red is looking for a 4.93 in order to advance. And we have just under 6 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And priority is with red, second priority blue. The red is up and riding now. That is the young surfer, Cooper Smith. Getting a nice wave to work with here. Lots of sections. Got out the back a paddle from Teva. He's up and riding now. Getting 2 strong turns on his backhand. What that does now is leave blue out the back with first priority. We are going to be waiting for 2 scores, last of red and last of white, to drop. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, surfers. Another call for surfers in the next heat. Swade, Skogvik, Clinton Gravitz, and Nicholas Njapa. You guys do have a paddle out time of 2 minutes. We currently have 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Four minutes remaining, surfers. 4 minutes. Priority is with blue. Second priority, white. Last wave of red was a 3.53. Not enough. Cooper is looking for 4.93. The loss of red was not enough. Red is still looking for 4.93. Last wave of white was a 3.1. That score not factoring in. So blue still in the lead, white is in second, red you are in third, looking for 4.93. The priority is with blue, second priority white. White is up and riding. Just keeping a red off that wave. Okay, surfers, we have 2 minutes remaining. There's 2 minutes remaining in this heat. So surfers in the next heat, you can start making your way out. Just make sure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. Blue is in the lead here with the 6.0 and a 4.43. Back up white in second with the 4.47 and a 4.33. Red, you are in third with a 3.87 and a 3.53. Looking for a 4.93 to advance. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, surfers. Just under a minute remaining, surfers. 50 seconds, 50 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining, surface 30 seconds. Red is in third, looking for a 4.93 to advance. White is in second, looking for a 5.97 to go into first. And blue is in the lead and holding first priority. And second priority is with red. We have 15 seconds remaining, 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining now, surface 10 seconds. And we count in the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that siren signals the end of the men's round of 48, heat number 7. And coming up next is heat 8 of the men's round of 48. Right, surfers in the next seat, set your watches, 20 minutes in duration, counting the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Big shout out to Durban Tourism, eThekwini Municipality, huge DNS for being our internet provider, and President Surf Riders Association for making this event possible. And if you're joining us, we're currently running the men's round of 48. Heat 8 is out in the water now. And in the red we have Suede Skalkbeek, in the blue Clinton Gravett, and in the white is Nicholas Njapa, who is one of the event wild cards. So an important notice: straight after this heat we will be running the men's round of 32. So the men's round of 32, heat number 1, Luke Thompson, Beric DeVries, Matt Canning and Kobe Oberhoser. You guys will be in the following heat, and heats will then now move on to 25 minutes in duration, and the competition area has been extended to include the Dairy Bowl. So that's when you look on the further left, that is the Dairy Bowl. So the whole beach is open for our competitors. And we're still going to have that 2-minute paddle out time, and make sure that when you're paddling out for your heats to stay away from surfers in this current heat when you approach backline. So we've had 0 waves ridden in this heat. We do have 16 minutes and 20 seconds. There is still some time here for our surfers. Just under 15 minutes remaining, surfers, just under 15 minutes. So we are running a hybrid type commentary here for the eThekwini Surf Pro, which means the main priority is the surfers in the water. So I'll be doing regular heat updates for our competitors. And straight to the action here now, Suede Skalkbeek, surfer from Vic Bay. Still looking for that big result. And in and out of US competitions, not getting the results that he wants, but looking sharp and strong. Has been working on his craft. We saw him here at last year's event. Didn't get the result that he wanted, but he's back here to prove himself right here at the new pier in Durban. The first wave of red was a 167. First of red, a 167. It's warming up in this heat. 13 minutes and 30 seconds now remain, surfers. Exciting heat coming up next. We do have Luke Thompson, who's a defending champ here for the eThekwini Surf Pro, alongside Beric DeVries, who's come back to compete in the African region for the QS 2000. And then we have young and upcoming surfer Matt Canning, exciting to watch. Those backhand cracks. Kobe Oberhoser, huge barrel rider, so super exciting heats coming our way here. our surfers to test their small wave surfing. Really grindy conditions here today. The onshore wind picking up. Okay, so we're seeing some movement here in the lineup, watching Nicholas and Joppa getting his campaign started here at the new pier. Just short ride there for him and a huge paddle there from Clinton Gravett. Quick turn there, in and out. Now Red is up and riding here on the inside. That is Suede, Skalkvik. The priority situation has been established here, all three surfers each having one wave. So first wave of blue was a 2.5. Clinton Gravett, your first ride at 2.5. First wave of white was a 0.5. Last wave of red was a 2.57. So we do have red in the lead. Blue is in second. Just a 2.5, looking for a 1.75 in order to take the lead. And white is in third with just a 0.5, looking for a 2.01. So a couple small requirements here for our surfers. With just under 10 minutes remaining, we have 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Red in the lead, blue is in second. The 2.5, looking for a 1.75 in order to take that leading position. And white in third with 0.5, looking for a 2.01. But we do still have some time remaining in this heat. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surfers, first priority is with blue, second priority white. So red is up and riding now. Suede, Skalkvik gets a nice crack off the top of that wave. 8 minutes remaining, surface 8 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, Clinton Gravett. And he's Having a look-see here, he is up and riding on his backhand. Clinton Gravett is up and over that first section and kicks out. So priority is now with the Nicholas Njapa, sitting with the 0.5 and a 0.27. Not looking for much to advance. Last wave of blue was a 1.3, last of blue a 1.3, so white, your requirement is now a 3.3. So Nick Njapa is looking for a 3.3 in order to advance. We have 7 minutes remaining, surface 7 minutes. There's a promising paddle here from Nicholas Njapa. Going for that second turn, but not getting the completion. Priority now shifts to blue. Second priority is with red. Last wave of red was a 4.0. Last of red, 4 points. So red is in the lead now. Swade Skalkvik with a 4.0 and a 2.57 backup. Blue Clinton Gravett is in second with a 2.5 and a 1.3. Big paddle here from him. He's up and riding, looking for a score in order to go into first. And we're watching red now also up and riding. Blue kicks out of that one. Looks like red is still trying to stick with this wave, riding it all the way to the sand. Not getting the completion there. The priority is now with surfing the white singlet Nicholas Njapa. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining surfers. The last wave of white was a 1.53. Last of white a 1.53, and here's another paddle here from Nicholas Njapa. Nice, 2 turns there. Wrap up that wave. 5 minutes remaining surface. We have 5 minutes remaining in this current heat. Red is in the lead. Last wave of red was a 2.63. That goes into your top 2 Slade. Last wave of blue Clinton was a 3.2. Last of blue a 3.2. That goes into your top 2. Just gonna wait for the surface to duck dive. And last wave of white was a 2.57. That goes into your top 2, but not enough. So the requirement for white is now a 3.14. So Nick Njapa, you're looking for a 3.14 in order to advance. Blue Clinton Gravett, you are sitting in second with a 3.2 and a 2.5, looking for a 3.44. Take the lead, and he is up and riding, Clinton Gravett. You have the close-up now, getting some turns there. On his backhand, gets the redirection, and he kicks out. Watching the paddle here from current heat leader, Swade Skalkvik. Not getting much on that wave, so he kicks out. So priority now shifts to white with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. White, you are looking for 3.14. So that's Nicholas Njapa currently sitting in third with first priority. Looking for 3.14. Your current 2 scores, Nick, are 2.57, which was your last wave. And your second to last wave was a 1.53. You're looking for a 3.14 to advance. Blue, your last wave was a 3.6, and that was enough to put blue in the lead now. So we do have a situation change. Blue, you now in the lead. Your last wave was a 3.6. Red, you're now sitting in second. looking for 2.8 in order to go into first. White is in third, looking for 4.06. So White's requirement has gone up slightly. He's now looking for 4.06 in order to advance. And you do have first priority White. Second priority is with red. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surface 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, surfers, we have 2 minutes remaining, and blue, that's our current heat leader, quick in and out there for him. Priority is with white, second priority red. Red up and riding on the left, and white just hogs his rail there. Now let's stick with red. Red is still up and riding, sway, squawk fake. Looking for something here on the inside. Gets one maneuver. So priority is now with blue, Clinton Gravett. Hitting with a 3.6 and a 3.2. Last wave of white was a 0.73, not factoring in. So current situation, surfers, we do have blue in the lead with the 3.6 and the 3.2. Red is in second with the 4.0 and the 2.63. White, you are in third, looking for a 4.06, and we have 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds remaining, surfers. Priority is with blue, second priority is with white. Time is winding down. We now have 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining, surfers. Twenty seconds. 20 seconds, surface. 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining, surface. Answer the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the men's round of 48. We're now going to move on to the men's round of 32, and he counts in the seat down in 4, 3, 2, 1. So the results of that previous heat, coming in third place was Nicholas Njapa. Second place went to Swade Skalkbeck, and taking the win was Clinton Gravett. I'm now going to hand the mic back over to my fellow commentator Mike Frew to take us through the next couple of heats.
Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro Day 2 here at Dairy Beach in Durban. We are into heat number 1 of the round of 32 in the men's. And this is where we see the top seeds in the event making their appearance in competition. In the seat, in the red singlet, we got Luke Thompson, last year's winner of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Also in the seat in blue, we've got Beric de Vries. In the white singlet, Matthew Canning. And in green, Kobe Oberholzer. Reminder that these heats in round of 32 are 25 minutes in duration. Red up and riding. First wave of the heats. It's our defending champion, eThekwini Pro winner in 2024, Luke Thompson, wearing the red singlet. He's our top seed for the event. He's also on the Challenger Series this year. So Luke Thompson opening up the account in heat 1 of the round of 32. Just an early call to surfers in the next heat. That will feature Jordy Marie, Slade Presswitch, Chad DeToy, and Xavier van der Merwe. And just for you, those of you watching online, if you wonder why we keep shouting out the scores, because we are running a hybrid type of broadcast this event. So the same commentary you are hearing online, the surfers are also hearing out in the water. So we do need to announce the scores to them, the priority situations, and situation in the heat. See Luke Thompson's wave being replayed online, the opening wave of heat number 1 of the round of 32. Stand by for scores. We have 21 minutes remaining. Scores still coming in for first of red. So just waiting for first of red to come in. As soon as it's in, I'll update you. I can tell you there's 20 minutes remaining, 20 minutes. Right, Luke Thompson, your score comes in at a 3.67, a 3.67. So situation, Luke Thompson leading the heat with a 3.67. We've got 19 and a half minutes remaining of heat 1 of the round of 32. Just the one wave ridden so far. It's Surf in Red, our defending champ, Luke Thompson, a 3.67. "19 minutes on the clock." We see a lot of scratching out at the back. Surfers have seen something. He's going to be up and riding. It's surfer in blue, Beric de Vries now. Opts to go left on his backhand. While out behind him, it's surfer in green, Kobe Oberholzer. Kobe finding one of the bigger set waves that we've seen through the day so far, as the tide drains out here at the new pier. So a score will drop in there for Beric de Vries, his opening ride, and Kobe Oberholzer, his opening ride as well. Up and riding. Luke Thompson now, his second wave of Heat 1 in the round of 32. Being very busy. Already got an opening wave. That's on the scoreboard, so whatever he does score on this one will count towards his overall score. It'll give him a good base to build the rest of his heat on. Eric de Vries, your wave comes in at a 183. Surf in Blue, a 183. We have a paddle. It's Kobe Oberholz having a little look at that one. So priority is with white, second priority blue. If you're watching with us online, you can see the priority on the left-hand side of the screen. You see the P next to Matthew Canning's name, so he has priority. Up and riding right now in frame, that is Kobe Oberholzer. So Kobe getting that wave under priority, staying quite busy. It's his second wave of the heat so far. A lot of waves coming through. There's definitely more of a pulse in this heat. So Beric de Vries found a right now, drifts the tail around, straight into another quick snap. And it looks like our surfer in red, Luke Thompson, is also going to have a bit of the action on this set. So 4-5 waves coming through. Definitely improved a little bit as the tide has dropped and that onshore wind has picked up here at the new pier in Durban. Plenty scores owed to us by the judges. 2 waves from Luke Thompson, 2 from Beric de Vries, and also Kobe Oberholzer. As soon as that all drops in, we'll update you and let you know what the situation is in the heat. We have just under 16 minutes remaining. Right, opening up his account now. Using his priority, it's Matthew Canning. Matt getting to work on his backhand on his opening wave here at the new pier as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro round of 32. So we're around the mid-tide range at the moment. Low tide this afternoon at 3:30. And it's definitely improved after we've seen about 2 hours of the tide drain out. That last 2 sets that the surfers were riding there, definitely 2 of the better sets of the day, and it's expected to get a lot more consistent like that through the afternoon, and of course into tomorrow and Saturday as well, as we see those big cold fronts move up the coast of South Africa. Surfers in the water, 15 minutes remaining. There's a lot of scores still to come in from the judges, so I'll let you know the situation as soon as we see it. Meanwhile, I can tell you Beric de Vries has priority, Kobe Oberholzer's second priority. So blue priority, second priority is with green. Kobe Oberholzer, your last 2 waves, a 6.5 and a 3.5. Score still coming in for last of red, blue, and white. So green, Kobe Oberholzer, your opening wave a 6.5, your second wave a 3.5. Stand by for scores. We got just under 14 minutes. We're still waiting for scores for the last 2 waves of red, last of blue, and last of white. Just over 13 minutes remaining. Right, Beric de Vries, your two waves, a 183 and a 423. Matthew Canning, your opening wave, a 4.6. And Luke Thompson, your last wave, a 5.5. So situation, green, Kobe Oberholzer is in the lead. Luke Thompson is in second. Red up and riding. This is Luke. That won't count in his top two, so let's announce that situation again. Luke Thompson, you are in second. You need a 4.51 to take the lead. Beric de Vries in blue, you're in third. Beric, you need a 4.95. And Matt Canning in fourth, you require a 4.58. So green leads, Kobe Oberholzer with a 6.5 and a 3.5. Luke Thompson is in second with a 5.5 and a 3.67. Luke, you need a 4.51 to take the lead. Beric de Vries is in third, needs a 4.95. And Matt Canning in fourth needs a 4.58. Green leads from red, blue looking for a 4.95, white looking for a 4.58. We have just under 12 minutes. So 9 waves ridden in the heat so far. Surfing green, Kobe Oberholzer in the lead with a 6.5. It's the highest single wave of the heat, and a 3.5. Luke Thompson is in second with a 5.5 and a 3.67. Beric de Vries in third. He's got a 4.23 and a 1.83. Beric is looking for a 4.95. And Matt Canning with just the one wave, a 4.6. Matt, you're looking for a 4.58. Priority blue, second priority green. We've got 11 minutes remaining. Once again, while there's no waves, let's update the surfers. 10.5 minutes. Kobe Oberholzer in the lead with a 6.5 and a 3.5. Luke Thompson in second with a 5.5 and a 3.67. Luke, you need a 4.51 to take the lead. Beric de Vries, you're in third. Beric, you need a 4.95. And Matt Canning in fourth, requiring a 4.58. Priority blue, second priority green. Ten minutes remaining. Surfers, 10 minutes. This is red. Luke Thompson found a little insider. Currently in second in the heat. He has a 3.67 and a 5.5, staying busy on the inside under priority. Just to keep his wave count up. Look if he can find a little something on the inside to improve on his lowest score. Nine minutes on the clock. Situation unchanged. Green, Kobe Oberholzer in the lead. Luke Thompson in second in red. Blue, Beric de Vries with priority is in third. Beric, you require a 4.95. And Matt Canning in fourth. The surfer in white requiring a 4.58. Right, so we've got a paddle. It's Luke Thompson staying busy on the inside, looking to get out of that range of threes as his second backup ride. We've got 8 minutes remaining, surfers. 8 minutes. situation still the same with Kobe Oberholzer in the lead. Luke Thompson, the defending event champion, in second. Chasing down those positions in blue is Beric de Vries in third. Beric looking for a 4.95, and Matthew Canning in fourth at the moment, looking for a 4.58. Priority blue, second priority green. Seven minutes remaining. 7 minutes. Got a paddle on the outside. It's our surfer in red going left, and our surfer in the white singlet on the right. So Matt Canning going right, Luke Thompson going left. Both of them getting waves under priority because they were third and fourth priority. That leaves Beric de Vries in blue and surfing green Kobe Oberholzer out at the back. So whatever Matt Canning scores on that wave, it will count because it's his second wave of the heat. 6 minutes remaining, surfers, 6 minutes. Scores starting to drop in. As soon as they're in, surfers will update you. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Waiting for a score of red and a score from white. Red Luke Thompson, your last wave of 4.67. That now puts you in the lead, Luke. So we got a situation change. Kobe Oberholzer, you're now down to second. We're still waiting for a wave for Matt Canning to drop in though. White Matt Canning, your last wave of 5.37. So let's look at the overall heat. Luke Thompson is now in the lead with just under 5 minutes remaining with a 5.5 and a 4.67. Kobe Oberholzer, you're in second, Kobe. You need a 3.67 to take the lead. Matt Canning, you're now to third, Matt. You need a 4.64 to take second. Your last wave was a 5.37. And Beric de Vries, you're in fourth now, Beric. You require a 5.78. Red leads, green second. White in third needs a 4.64. Blue in fourth needs a 5.78. Four minutes remaining, just under 4 minutes. Our defending champion, Luke Thompson, makes his way to the top of the leaderboard in this heat with a 5.5 and a 4.67. Kobe Oberholzer in the green singlet is in second. Kobe looking for a 3.67 to take the lead from Luke. Kobe, your scores are 6.5 and a 3.5. Matt Canning is in third with a 5.37 and a 4.6. So Matt, you're looking to drop that 4.6 and replace it with a 4.64 to take second. And then Beric de Vries. Beric, you're looking for a 5.78. Your scoring waves are 4.23 and a 1.83. We've got 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. Just under 3 minutes. Red leads from green. White in third needs a 4.64. Blue in fourth needs a 5.78. And that pulled back shot on the screen, if you're watching online, you look at that ship in the distance, you can see the big swell lines out at sea. That's the effect of that big cold front coming past yesterday, so there's a lot of swell out at sea. We expect a little bit of that to start filtering in through the afternoon and into tomorrow and Saturday. 2 minutes remaining, surfers, 2 minutes. So one more situation update as we're down to under 2 minutes. Luke Thompson in red leading the heat from surfing green, Kobe Oberholzer. Matt Canning is in third, needing a 4.64, and Beric de Vries in fourth, needing a 5.78. We've got 1.5 minutes. One minute remaining. Red leads from green, white in third, looking for a 4.64. Blue in fourth, needing a 5.78. 45 seconds. Thirty seconds. We're down to 20 seconds left in the heat. We're counting the heat down. 3, 2, 1. So we await a score for Matt Canning to drop in. Looking for a 4.64. Comes in at a 3.6, so not enough. Stand by for the countdown. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. Back. We are at the eThekwini Surf Pro Day 2 at the new pier. We are into heat number 2 of the round of 32. Results of that last heat: fourth place was Beric de Vries, third Matthew Canning, Second place, Kobe Oberholzer, and winning the heat, Luke Thompson. In the water now, we got heat 2 of the round of 32. Introducing the surfers to you. In this heat, we've got Geordie Marie wearing the red singlet. Slade Presswich is in blue. Chad DeToy in white. And Xavier van der Merwe wearing the green singlet. Slade Presswich, your 2 waves, a 117 and a 183. Just an early call to surfers in the next heat. Your heat coming up in about 22 minutes. That'll be Tom Lindhorst, Carl Steen, Ila Birkus, and Luke Mulherby. Your heat's coming up next, so check in, please. So surfers, 22 minutes remaining, 2 waves ridden so far, a 183 and a 117 from Surfer in Blue. Slade Presswich. Nice to see Slade back in KZN after spending some time over in Hawaii, working in the surf shops there. Been spending a lot of time on the North Shore and over that side, and you've seen him charging the points on the South Coast the last couple of weeks over the last few swells, and he establishes an early lead in this heat with a 183 and a 117. Minutes remaining, 21 minutes. So this is a QS 2000 event as part of the eThekwini Surf Pro, the second edition of the eThekwini Surf Pro. We held this event for the first time last year. It was won by Luke Thompson and Louise Lepront. Both of them went on to qualify for the Challenger Series. We saw them in Australia recently. This year, it's a bigger and better eThekwini Surf Pro. We've got the Longboard qualifying series. We saw those opening rounds of that yesterday. And then this year, the Junior qualifying series has also been added to the eThekwini Surf Pro. So we'll see juniors coming up, most likely tomorrow and into Saturday. Out in the water right now, we've got the men's round of 32. We had the men's round of 48 this morning, and now followed straight into the men's round of 32. It's like a little bit of action out at the back, and getting the better of the exchange, the paddle battle, up and riding. It's Geordie Marie. So Geordie getting to work on this little inside wave. Stands up, holds up quite nicely for him on the inside bank. He manages to bank 3 turns on that wave of varying degrees of explosiveness in the pocket. So 4 waves ridden in the heat so far. 3 from Slade Presswich and 1 there from Geordie Marie. As soon as the score drops in, Geordie will announce it so that you can hear us and know where you stand in the heat. Geordie Marie, your opening wave, a 417. That puts you in the lead. So situation, 18.5 minutes remaining. Geordie Marie is in the lead. Slade Presswich, you're in second, Slade. You need a 2.35 to take the lead. Chad DeToy in third. You need a 3.36. And Xavier van der Merwe, third at the moment as well. a 3.36. So Jordi Marie establishing an early lead, a 4.17 on his opening ride. Slade Prestwich is at 2 scoring waves, a 1.83 and a 1.53. He needs a 2.35 to take the lead. And then Chad du Toit and Xavier van der Merwe still awaiting opening rides. Got a paddle, up and riding, second wave now. He's leading the heat so far. Gets busy. Would have been last in the priority line in terms of being able to catch a wave. So Jordi Marie backs up his 4.17 with another wave. Getting very busy. So the 2 waves for now for our surfer in red. 17.5 minutes remaining. 17.5 minutes. Jordi Marie, your second wave, a 2.83. So situation update for you, 17 minutes remaining. Jordi Marie in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.83. Slade Prestwich, you're in second, Slade. You require a 5.17 to take the lead. Chad du Toit and Xavier van der Merwe, you both require a 3.36. A 3.36, 16.5 minutes. Up and riding. This is Slade Prestwich wearing the blue singlet. Getting to work, staying busy on that little inside wave, on that inside bank. Seeing a lot more of those starting to break now as the tide drains out. Low tide is at 3:30 this afternoon, so we're pretty much getting close to that halfway mark. The tide, most of the tide actually drains out over that halfway mark. You get the biggest differentiation of water moving out as the tide hits that mid-range. So we should see it getting a lot shallower, a little bit more consistent through the afternoon. Slade, your last wave, a 2.93. 2.93, Slade. What that means now is Chad du Toit and Xavier van der Merwe, you require a 4.76. So situation, Jordi Marie leading the heat. Slade Prestwich in second. Slade, you need a 4.08 to take the lead. Chad du Toit and Xavier van der Merwe waiting their opening rides, looking for a 4.76. We've got a paddle, up and riding, staying consistent. It's our current heat leader, Jordi Marie. Finds a little section on the inside, one of the longer waves that we've seen in the heat so far. "14.5 minutes, surfers. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Right, Chad du Toit in white. He's finally found a wave. Slade Prestwich has also found one. Slade getting really creative. Little frontside air rotation. Not a lot of amplitude on it, but he does get to the air. It's quite progressive on the right-hand braking wave. While Chad finishing off his left, right in the shorey. So Chad's had a wave now. Now we just wait for Xavier van der Merwe still to catch his opening wave. As soon as Chad and Slade's last scores are in, we'll update you. 14 minutes remaining, 14 minutes. Jordi Marie, your last wave was a 3.37. We're still waiting for last of blue and last of white. There's 13.5 minutes remaining. Chad du Toit, Your opening wave, a 2.67. One more score still to come in for last of blue. So situation surfers, just under 13 minutes. We are still waiting for a score for that last wave of blue. And we see Chad du Toit getting busy now. Relatively slow start to the heat, but he had that left, backs it up now with another right. So he got this right under priority. And Chad really starting to get into gear in this heat as we approach the 12-minute mark. So stand by for scores, surfers. 12 minutes remaining. Two important scores to drop in. Last of blue and last of white. Blue score is in. It's a 4.23. And last of white, a 2.73. So situation. Geordie Marie, you're in the lead with a 4.17 and a 3.37. Slade Presswich in second. Chad du Toit in third needs a 4.43, and Xavier van der Merwe in fourth needs a 7.16. Got a paddle and up and riding. This is Xavier van der Merwe opening up his account. First wave of the heat, waited almost 15 minutes to get his opening ride of heat number 2 in the round of 32. Lovely finish to that wave from Xavier, just in front of the judges. We'll wait for this couple of sets to pass through and then update the surfers so they can hear us clearly and they can adjust their strategy in the heat in terms of what they need to do to advance. So Geordie Marie, you're in the lead, Geordie, with a 4.17 and a 3.37. Slade Presswich, you're in second, Slade, with a 4.23 and a 2.93. Chad du Toit is in third. Chad looking for a 4.43. And Xavier van der Merwe, opening wave, the one that's on screen now, that's got a 3.93. Xavier, you're looking for a 3.24. So let's just go through that again. Red leads from blue. White in third needs a 4.43. Green in fourth needs a 3.24. We have 10 minutes remaining. Geordie Marie, been very busy in the heat. He's got 3 waves. His top 2 scores are 4.17 and a 3.37. Slade Presswich in second at the moment has a 2.93 and a 4.23. That 4.23 is the highest score of the heat so far. It's the one where he managed to get a bit of rotation, did a little air at the end of that last wave, and the judges reward him with a 4.23. Chad du Toit is in third, looking for a 4.43. And Xavier van der Merwe in fourth at the moment, looking for a 3.24. 9 minutes remaining.
Your backhand whip's going to be nice. Hey, go back to mine.
Just under 9 minutes, surfers. Red leads from blue. White, Chad du Toit looking for a 4.43. And green, Xavier van der Merwe looking for a 3.24. Up and riding. He's currently in second place. This is a bit Slade Presswich. He's a big frame guy. Light footwork, making your way through to the inside, but just coming unstuck on the last turn there. So Slade does have the highest single wave score of this heat, a 4.23, and was for that rotation aerial that he did at the end of that right-hand braking wave a little bit earlier in the heat. 8 minutes on the clock, surfers, 8 minutes. Priority is with red, second priority white. Red, Geordie Marie, you are in the lead. Just to go over your scores. Your best two are a 417 and a 337, Geordie. Slade Presswich in second. You need a 331 to take the lead. Slade having a look at this little insider, paddling very hard. Big section ahead of him. Uses the white water to get around the section. Tags it again. The wave stands up a little bit on the inside. Slade gets aggressive with it. And then as the wave fades out, he kicks out of there. So 3 quick turns there for our surfer in white, in blue. Slade Presswich. Is that going to be enough to consolidate that second place and distance himself from surfers in white and green? Just under 7 minutes remaining. Just waiting for last of blue to drop in. As soon as it does, I'll update the surfers in the water. 6.5 minutes. Red has priority, white second priority. So scores starting to drop in for last of blue, Slade Presswich. It's a 6.5 for Slade. So that now puts Slade Presswich in the lead. We've had a shake-up in the heat. Blue leads from red. White now needs a 4.81. White, Chad DeToy, you need a 4.81. And green, Xavier van der Merwe, you need a 3.62. So just again, Slade Presswich in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.23. Geordie Marie in second with a 4.17 and a 3.37. Up and riding. Currently in fourth place, Xavier van der Merwe coming unstuck there. That won't go into his top two. So surfers, there's just over 5 minutes. Slade Presswich is in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.23. Geordie Marie's in second with a 4.17 and a 3.37. Geordie, you need a 6.56 to take the lead. Chad DeToy in third at the moment. Chad, you require a 4.81, and Xavier van der Merwe in fourth at the moment. Xavier, you need a 3.62. So the judges really liking that last wave of Slade Presswich. Took off on an insider, paddled very hard for it, floated over the section, and then it really opened up, and he was able to flare up on 2 turns. Here we go. This is Chad DeToy. Important wave for Chad. Gets around the section, opens up ahead of him, gets another turn, throws a bit of spray in the air. Chad looking for something to advance out of third place and attack second, unseat Geordie Marie. 4 minutes remaining. Surfers, 4 minutes. Just waiting for last of white, Chad DeToy. Chad, your last wave, a 2.27, not enough. So situation, Slade Presswich, you're in the lead. Geordie Marie in second. Geordie, you need a 6.56 to take the lead. Chad DeToy, you're still looking for a 4.81. And Xavier van der Merwe, you're looking for a 3.62. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining. 2 surfers advance out of this 4-man heat. At the moment, it's Slade Presswich and Geordie Marie. Slade with a 6.5 and a 4.23. Okay, we got some action. So, Geordie Marie up and riding. Slade Presswich up and riding, as was Xavier van der Merwe. Unlikely that that's going to factor into any of their top two. So we've got a bit of a paddle battle on to see who establishes the second place priority there. It was out at the back, Chad du Toit in white. He has priority. So surfers, another update for you at the 3-minute mark. 3 minutes left of a 25-minute heat. Chad du Toit has priority in white. Green, Xavier van der Merwe, you have second priority. The heat lead is being held by Slade Presswich. Geordie Marie is in second. Chad du Toit, surfer in white. You need a 4.81, Chad. And Xavier van der Merwe in fourth. You require a 3.62. Surfers have got 2.5 minutes remaining. Two minutes remaining. Are we going to see a change here? So we saw Geordie Marie establish an early lead in the heat. Slade Presswich, after his last good wave, that 6.5, overtook him and is now in the lead. Chad du Toit still hunting down for a 4.81 to get into second. And Xavier van der Merwe looking for a 3.62. Something on the outside, Chad du Toit utilizing his priority. He's got 1 minute 35 on the clock, so very important wave here for Chad. Unlikely there'll be another set opportunity for him, so he's got to make the most of this wave. All the way through to the inside. Chad du Toit, 1 minute 20 on the clock. Chad still going through to the inside. Goes a little bit left. And straight into the closeout onto the sand. That leaves red, blue, and green out at the back. So very important waves to come in. 1 minute remaining. Surfers, 1 minute. Priority is with green. Second priority is with blue. Got 45 seconds. White, Chad du Toit, your last wave, a 2.93. So situation, blue leads from red. Xavier van der Merwe in green, you're looking for a 3.62. We've got 30 seconds on the clock. We're down to 20 seconds. Slade Presswich up and riding, our heat leader, as we count the heat down. 3, 2, 1. So results of that heat. Fourth place, Xavier van der Merwe. Third place, Chad du Toit. And progressing through to the next round. Well done to Geordie Marie and Slade Presswich. We'll be right back after a couple of ad breaks. And then I'll hand over to Aya and Zuza to take you through heat number 3.
Okay, so welcome back to day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Out in the water now is the men's round of 32, heat number 3. And in the red singlet we have Thomas Lindhorst, and the blue is Carl Steen, and the white is Eli Bucas, and in the green is Luke Malherbe, and Thomas Lindhorst is up and riding on his backhand now, getting a series of turns to start off with that wave. Gets a little bit caught up on that last maneuver, and an early call for surfers in the following heat. That will be heat number 4 of the men's round of 32. That heat will consist of Luke Slipen, Brad Scott, Ndolozo Mapumulo, and Nathan Taylor. So may those surfers please check in. So just another reminder, the whole beach is open for competition. The new pier and the dairy bowl, so surfers can utilize the whole lineup. So red is up and riding. Second wave here for Tom Lindhorst. And up and riding out the back, short ride there from Luke Malherbe. So the first wave of red was a 3.33. First of red was a 3.33. So heats are 25 minutes in duration, and we have 21 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in the heat, so ample time remaining for our surfers. Another huge shout out to our event sponsors. Huge shout out to Durban Tourism for letting us use this beach. eThekwini Municipality for keeping the beaches clean. Huge shout out to Red Bull. Huge DNS for being our internet provider, and KZN Surf Riders Association. So situation update for our surfers. The last wave of red was a 207, and last wave of green was a 1.67. And surfer in the blue and white yet to have a wave in this encounter. There's still lots and lots of time remaining. Okay, up and running now is Eli Bucas. We saw him take the win earlier on today in the men's round of 48. Getting a series of maneuvers out the back here. Wave still holding up here, giving him a bit more sections for him to work with. First wave of blue was a 187. First of blue, a 187. Green is up and riding now. This is Luke Malherby. He started off with the 167 now. Looking for a second scoring ride. Conditions are rather challenging out there with the onshore wind picking up, but still very contestable conditions here for our competitors. We have started with a couple of small scores. First wave of white was a 3.4. First of white, a 3.4. Red is up and riding, yeah. Staying really busy in this heat is Thomas Lindorf with that backhand attack. Gets a nice crack. We wrap that wave up. And up and riding now. That looks like Carl Steen. You got two nice turns out the back. So paddling out the back and regaining that first priority is Eli Bucas. So a couple scores waiting to drop here for our surfers. As soon as those scores are in, I'll be able to give you guys an update. But we currently have 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Last wave of green was a 3.47. Loss of green at 3.47. Last wave of white was a 0.23. We have 16 minutes remaining. Still waiting for a couple scores to drop surfers. As soon as the scores are in, I will be able to give you guys an update. We do have scores waiting for blue and red. As soon as the scores are in, I will definitely give you guys an update. Priority is with white, second priority is with green, third priority blue. Okay, cool. Scores dropping in. Last of blue was a 5.17. Last of blue a 5.17. Last of red was a 6-point ride. Last of red a 6.0. So current situation, surfers, we do have red in the lead. Blue is in second, green in third, and white is in fourth. So white, Eli Bucas, your two scores are a 3.4 and a 0.23. You're looking for a 3.65 to advance. Green is in third with a 3.47 and a 1.67. Green, your requirement is a 3.58 to advance. And then we have a blue in second with a 5.17. And a 1.87 backup. Blue, your requirement is a 4.17 to go into that leading position. And then red, your last wave was a 1.13. That score not factoring in. But your two scores are a 6-point ride and a 3.33. So that is red in the lead, blue in second. Looking for that 4.17 to go into first. Green is in third, looking for a 3.58. He's currently sitting with the 3.47 being his highest and a 1.67 as a backup. Looking for that 3.58 to advance. And then we have white in fourth with the 3.4 being his highest scoring ride and a backup of a 0.23. White, your requirement is a 3.65 to advance. Priority is white, second priority green, third priority blue, and fourth priority is with red. Time call surfers, just under 14 minutes remaining. We have 13 minutes and 45 seconds. 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this heat. And we're watching a power here from red, Tom Lindorf, who's currently in the lead. Green is up and riding now. Luke Mulherby on his forehand this time around. Getting a nice cut back there. Trying to stay in that power source. And he dives out of that one as it faded away. So that was Green, currently sitting in third position. Fighting for a score in order to get into that advancing position. Top two surfers to make it through to the men's round of 16, and the last of Green is in. It was a 4-point ride. So surfers, we do have a situation change. Green, you now sitting in second. Blue, you get pushed down to third. And Blue, your requirement is
I just couldn't copy the. Sorry, bro. I got main power here. Oh, cool. The call just comes with Tristan. Is he still on? The call, the WhatsApp call.
so surfers, we have 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Current situation is red in the lead, green you are in second, blue is in third, looking for a 2.3, and white is in fourth, looking for 407. So white, your two scores are a 3.4 and your backup is a 023. Your requirement is a 407 to advance. Blue, you are in third. Your two scores are a 517 and your backup is a 187. You require a 2.3 in order to advance. And then we have green sitting in second with a 4.0 and a 3.47 backup. Green, your requirement is a 5.34. Wait, let's have a look here. This is Eli Bucas, waited patiently for this wave to roll through. He's currently sitting in fourth, looking to get rid of that 0.23. And he's out of that one. So red is in the lead with a 6.0 and a 3.33. Priority is now with blue. That is Carl Steen. But we're all going to wait for the last wave of white and see what the requirement is. 7 minutes remaining now, surfers. 7 minutes remaining. Another reminder for surfers in the next heat. Paddle out time is 2 minutes. So I will let you guys know when we reach that 2-minute mark. In order for you guys to paddle out, just ensure to stay away from surfers in this current heat. And blue is up and riding now. Important ride here for Carl Steen. Getting the completion there was surfer in the blue. So the last wave of white was a 4.6. Last of white a 4.6. That was enough to put white in second place. So green gets pushed down to third, looking for a 4.01. But that may be subject to change with the last wave of blue, and last of blue is in. It was a 3.27. He was only looking for a 2.3. So that was enough for blue to get into that second and advancing position. So white, you now back in third, looking for a 3.85 now. So white is looking for a 3.85, and green, you now sitting in fourth, looking for a 4.45. And holding that lead is Thomas Lindos with that 6-point ride and a backup of a 3.33. Blue is in second with a 5.17 and a 3.27 backup, looking for a 4.17 in order to go into first. White, you now sitting in third, but wait, red is up and riding. That is the current heat leader. Surfers, we now have 5 minutes remaining. There's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. The last wave of red was a 3.1. That score does not factor in. So situation remains the same. Red in the lead, blue in second, white in third, and green is in fourth. Green is having a go now. That is Luke Mulherby. Winds down the bottom, gets that top turn, goes for that second one. Nice and springy off the bottom here with his transitions. And a paddle here from Eli Bucas. Last wave of white was a 0.93. Not factoring in. Red is up and riding yet again here. This is his 8th wave. So really busy in this heat is Thomas Lindos. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Just under 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Still waiting for scores to drop. Still waiting for some scores to drop. Blue. But you are currently sitting in second. The last wave of white was 0.93, so that score did not factor in. We are waiting for last of green to drop. And as soon as that score is in, I will give you guys an update. 2 minutes and 20 seconds now remaining surfers. Red is in the lead, blue currently in second, white is in third, and green is in fourth. Green now up and riding. Quick in and out there. So second to last of green was a 3.07. So no change to the situation. We still have red in the lead. Blue, you are in second. You're looking for a 4.17 to go into first. White is in third, looking for a 3.85 to advance. Green is in fourth, looking for a 4.45. Priority is with blue. Now blue is up and riding now, utilizing his priority as Carstian. Lots of speed of that first maneuver. He looks pretty stoked with that wave. 90 seconds remaining surface, so 1 minute and 30 seconds now remaining. So blue was looking for a score in order to go into that leading position and away from the danger. We do see white slowly creeping in here, looking for a 4.74 and is well capable of getting that. And green is in fourth, looking for a 5.34. Okay, so last of blue is in. It was a 4.93. So surface, we have a situation change. Blue now in the lead. Red is in second, looking for a 4.1 in order to go into first. White in third, looking for a 4.74 now. And green is in Fourth, looking for a 5.34. We have 45 seconds remaining. Surface 45 seconds. Blue in the lead. Red is in second. White in third with priority. Looking for that 4.74. Green is in fourth. Looking for a 5.34. 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with white. Second priority is with green. Third priority red. 20 seconds. Time is winding down. Tick-tock. 10 seconds remaining. And we're going to count this heat down in 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren marks the end of the men's round of 32. Heat number 3. Coming up next is the men's round of 32. Heat number 4. And we're counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last wave of white was a 2.67. The first of white, a 2.67. Last wave of white was a 3.23. Last of white a 3.23. Last of green was a 2.97. Just under 20 minutes remaining surface, just under 20 minutes. White in the lead, green is in second. Thank you. The last wave of green was a 1.17, loss of green a 1.17. Up and riding now, that is Brad Scott getting started here on his campaign for the eThekwini Surf Pro US 2000. It's a nice whip off the top there. A nice opening ride there for Brad Scott. So priority has been established. So first priority is with red, second priority white, third priority is with green, and we have 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining surface. Brad Scott up and riding, getting his second wave here. So the first wave of blue, Brad, was a 4.17. That was the highest scoring ride of this heat. Up and riding now is the local prize, Mapumulo. Just under 16 minutes remaining surface, just under 16 minutes. The last wave of white was a 2.73. 2.73 for white. That improves your situation slightly. Last wave of blue was a 2.27. So Brad Scott started off with that 4.17 and backing it up with a 2.27. And that was enough to put Brad in the lead. So we have blue in first. White is in second. Looking for a 3.22 in order to go into first. Green, Nathan Taylor, you are in third with a 297 and a 117. Your requirement is a 3.0. Red is in fourth, yet to have a wave here, looking for a 596. Looks like Blue was showing some interest on that wave, but not riding it. So a full update surface, Blue is in the lead with a 417 and a backup of a 2.27. White is in second with a 3.23 and a 273 backup. White, your requirement to go into first is a 3.22. Green is in third with a 297 and a 117 backup. Green, your requirement is a 3.0 to advance. Red, you are in fourth, yet to have a wave in this heat, and you're looking for a 5.96. Blue is up and riding now. Brad Scott's quicker than out there for him. Staying busy in this heat is Brad Scott. Just under 14 minutes remaining surface, just under 14 minutes remaining. Nice to see the different approaches here. Some surface catching multiple waves in the early stages. Others deciding to wait patiently for that set wave with more scoring potential. 13 minutes and 30 seconds now. Next, we do have another exciting heat here on our hands. We have the men's round of 32, heat 5 up next with Aiden Mason-Camp, Daniel Emsley, Massimo Beerns, and Josh van Veek. So heats are looking pretty stacked here, as there's a lot of depth here in the African region. Surface from Cape Town, some from here locally in Durban, K-Bay. There's a lot of surfers here in the African region, and we do have some internationals joining us. So super exciting couple of days here ahead for the eThekwini Surf Pro. The last two waves for Blue not factoring in. Last of Blue a 0.3 and second to last of Blue was a 0.2. So those two scores not factoring in. 12 minutes and 30 seconds now remaining surface. Priority is with red, second priority green. With just under 11 minutes remaining. Last wave of Blue was a 2.93. Last of Blue was a 2.93. So that goes into your top two Blue. So White is in second now, looking for a 3.88 in order to go into first. Green is in third, looking for a 3.0 to advance. And Red is in fourth, looking for a 5.96. Priority is with Red, second priority Green, third priority Blue, and fourth priority is with White. Surface, we have 10 minutes remaining. There's 10 minutes remaining in this heat. And up and running now. This is Luke Slipen. Waited a little over 15 minutes for this one.
Sorry, bro. There was people in the way, so I decided to move. Should I stay if there's people in the way? Okay.
So first wave of red, a 187. First of red, a 187. So red still in fourth and now looking for a 409. Up and riding now, current second place surfer, Ntokozo Mapumulo. Not getting what he was looking for there. Just under 8 minutes remaining, surfers. Red now up and riding. Now we're starting to see the flare there for Luke Slipen. Just getting one turn off the top there was Luke. So priority is with green. Second priority is with blue. And we saw green now, just getting stuck behind that section. Last wave of white was a 063. Not factoring in. So we're waiting for a score for last of red. Priority is now with blue. Second priority is with white. Last wave of red was a 383, not enough. So red, you're now sitting in third. You're looking for a 2.13 now. So red is in third, looking for a 2.13. And green is in fourth, looking for a 3.0. To advance, white, you are sitting in second. Get out of that second spot, you're looking for a 3.88. So white is in second, looking for a 3.88. And Brad Scott in the blue is in the lead with a 417 and a 293. So full update surfers, we do have blue in the lead with that 417 and 293 backup. White is in second with a 3.23 and a 273 backup, looking for a 3.88 to get out of that danger zone and go into first. And then we have red in third with a 383 and a 187, looking for a small requirement of a 213 in order to advance. And green is in fourth, looking for a 3.0. As we watch the action now, Brad Scott, he's currently in the lead, getting two nice turns there. Goes for that third one and a fourth. Will he get a completion? Oh, not getting the completion he was looking for there, but well surfed wave there. Now watching Luke Slipe, an important ride here for him. Getting two nice turns, goes for the third there, up and over that section, and he's out of there. So priority is now with white, second priority green. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. We have 5 minutes. Waiting for scores, last of blue and last of red. Priority is with white, second priority is with green. Hello here from green, Nathan Taylor. Last wave of green was a 2.2. Last of green a 2.2. That goes into your top 2 scoring rides, but not enough. You're looking for the 3.0. 4 minutes remaining. Surface 4 minutes. Red up and riding here, wasting no time now is Luke Slipen. Not getting what he was looking for in that wave, so he kicks out. Priority is with white. So second to last of red was a 4.5. Second to last of red, a 4.5. So that put red into second. Last of blue, though, comes in as a 7.17. Last of blue, a 7.17. So blue solidifying his lead here with a 7.17 and a 4.17 backup. Red is in second with a 4.5 and a 3.83. Looking for a 6.85 in order to go into first. Watching green now. 3 minutes remaining. Surface 3 minutes. This is Nathan Taylor. He's looking for a 5.36. Currently sitting in fourth. White with priority is looking for a 5.1 now to advance. So we do have blue in the lead, red in second, white in third, and green in fourth. Green, your requirement is a 5.36 to advance. White, your requirement is a 5.1 in order to advance. Red is in second, looking for a 6.85 to go into first. And blue is in the lead with a 7.17 and a 4.17 backup. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority is with white, watching red now. Going above the lip. We're not riding out of that one, unfortunately. One minute and 45 seconds remaining. White, you are in third with first priority. Your two scores are a 3.23 and your backup is a 2.73. Your requirements to advance is a 5.1. Green, you are in fourth with a 2.97 and a 2.2. Your requirement to advance is a 5.36. Red is in second with the 4.5 and a 3.83, looking for a 6.85 to go into first. And blue is in the lead with a 7.17 and a 4.17. Surfers, we down to the last 60 seconds, 1 minute remaining. There's 1 minute remaining in the seats, watching red and green. $50 seconds. $30 seconds remaining. Surface 30 seconds. Priority is with white and is in third, looking for a 5.1. Second priority is with blue. He's in the lead. 25 seconds remaining. Surface green is in fourth, looking for a 5.36. 20 seconds. Caught and ride here for surfer in white. Rosa Mapumulo. 10 seconds. Counting the seat down in 4, 3, 2, 1. That siren marks the end of the men's round of 32, heat number 4.
So we're back. The eThekwini Surf Pro Day 2 here at New Pier. Well done to Brad Scott taking out that last heat with one of the single highest wave scores of the day in the 7s. We're now into heat 5 of the round of 32 in the men's. In the seat, introducing to you in the red singlet is Aidan Mason-Camp. In blue, we've got Daniel Emsley. In white, Massimo Bienz. And in the green singlet, Josh van Wyk. Just an early call to surfers in heat number 6, if you could check in, please. That will feature Luke Lepront, Luke van Wyk, Simon Winter, and Sidi Kamara. So if you can check in, please. Adelaide is still at the 2-minute mark, and the heats are 25 minutes in duration. So the tide's draining out. It's 1:30 local time here in Durban, South Africa. Got another 2 hours to go for the tide to drain, and it's become a lot more consistent out there. We've got an onshore northeasterly wind blowing this afternoon, so you see a bit of chop on the ocean. But conditions have improved through the day in terms of a little bit of energy out there. Waves in the 2, maybe 3 foot range, and it should continue to get better through the afternoon in terms of size and power. There's a lot of energy out at sea. You can see the swell on the horizon, and that should start coming in with this easterly onshore flow. And then we've got a big cold front that's hitting Cape Town today in southern Africa, and that'll make its way up the coast also with a lot of swell over the next couple of days. In the water, there's 21.5 minutes remaining. We've had a couple of rides, so judges' scores coming in for lots of red, blue, white, and green. Rather red, blue, and white, sorry. As soon as they're in, we'll update the surfers. I can tell you there's 21 minutes remaining in the heats. Massimo Bienz, your opening wave, a 2.33. Scores coming in for last of red, Aidan Mason-Camp. Just over 20 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue, second priority is with green. Up and riding, opening up his account. This is surfer in the green singlet, Josh van Wyk. We have a paddle, Aidan Mason-Camp on his second wave of the heat, utilizing a lot of speed down the line, digging a rail, coming unstuck on his second turn there. So red, Aidan Mason-Camp, your opening wave, Aidan, a 4.5. Massimo Bienz, your opening wave, 2.33. Josh van Wyk, your first wave, 1.5. And then Aidan Mason-Camp, your second wave, a 1. So situation with 19 minutes to go. Aidan Mason-Camp is in the lead with a 4.5 and a 1. Massimo Bienz, you're in second, Massimo. You require a 3.18 to take the lead. Josh van Wyk, you're in third, Josh. You need a 0.84. And Daniel Emsley, You're in fourth, Daniel. You needed 2, 3, 4. Priority is with blue. Second priority is with white. If you're following online, you can follow the priority. See in the top left-hand side of your screen, you see the WSL logo. Just under that, there's 3, 2, 4, and P. It means that Daniel Emsley has priority. He can select whichever wave he chooses to out there. Second priority is Massimo Bienz. The order of the names on the top of your screen there, Aiden Mason-Camp, Massimo Bienz, Josh van Wyk, and then Daniel Emsley. That is the order of the heat. So Aiden Mason-Camp in the lead with a 5.5, Massimo Bienz in second with a 2.33 total, and Josh van Wyk in third with a 1.5. Daniel Emsley being very patient, awaiting his opening ride. Out in the water, just a short wave there for our surfer in green, Josh van Wyk. Behind him, this is our current heat leader, Aiden Mason-Camp, looking to drop that 1.0, which he is still carrying as part of his top 2 scores. Red, Aiden Mason-Camp, your last wave, a 2.33. So situation updates. Aiden Mason-Camp is in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.33. Massimo Bienz in second. Needs a 4.51 to take the lead. Josh van Wyk in green. You're in third, Josh. You need a 0.84. And Daniel Emsley in fourth at the moment. It requires a 2.34. So the top 2 surfers advance through the round of 32 heats. So out of the 4 surfers here in Heat 5, 2 will advance through to the next round. That's what they're fighting for. First and second place in this heat. Third and fourth will be eliminated from competition here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. "16 minutes remaining." Out in the water, Josh van Wyk. An important score there for Josh. He wasn't looking for much. To try and get out of third place and lock into second. Scores dropping in from the judges. Josh, your last score, a 1.57. It's enough to put you into second. So situation update, Aiden Mason-Camp still leading the heat from Josh van Wyk. Massimo Bienz has now been knocked down to third. Massimo, to get that second place back, you require a 0.74. Daniel Emsley playing the patience game. No wave yet in the first 10 minutes. He requires a 3.07. Priority is with blue, second priority white. "14 and a half minutes remaining, surfers. Aiden Mason-Camp in the lead. He's having a little look at that wave, wanting not to go. So Aiden leading the heat. His scoring waves 4.5 and a 2.33. Josh van Wyk is in second. Massimo Bienz in the white singlet looking for a 0.74, and Daniel Emsley in fourth needing a 3.07. Got a paddle. It's Daniel Emsley utilizing his priority now. So Daniel opens up his account, waited almost 12 minutes for that wave to get a score on the board. Daniel's score starting to come through from the judges. We'll see where that drops in and where Daniel lands up after his first wave on the leaderboard in the heat. Prior to that wave, it was red, green, and then white. Daniel Emsley, your wave comes in at a 273. You move up into third. So the requirements, red is leading, Aiden Mason-Camp. Josh van Wyk, you're in second. You need a 5.26 to take the lead. Daniel Emsley, you're in third, Daniel. You require a 0.34. And Massimo Bienz, you're in fourth. You require a 0.74. So less than 1 point separating second, third, and fourth at this stage. We've got 12 and a half minutes remaining. So 12 and a half minutes. Very close fight at this stage between second, third, and fourth. We've got Aiden Mason-Camp out in the lead with a 4.5 and a 2.33. That 4.5 is the highest single wave score of the heat. Looks like Aiden, our heat leader, on another wave, as well as the quick in and out there for Surfer in white. Let's let those couple of scores drop in and see where it leaves the surfers in terms of positioning in the heat. Surfers for the next heat, you can paddle out on the 2-minute mark. And in that next heat, another loaded heat. All these heats really difficult. Luke Lepront, Luke van Wyk, Simon Winter, and Sidi Kamara coming up next. Right, Daniel Emsley, your second last wave, a 107. It's enough to get you into second. So situation, surfers, with 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Aiden Mason-Camp leads from Daniel Emsley. Massimo Bienz, you're in third. You need a 148. And Josh van Wyk in fourth needs a 234. So it took a while to get going. Our surfer in blue, Daniel Emsley, was in fourth for quite a long time. Held down priority for almost 12 minutes. Then pulled the trigger on an inside wave and got his campaign in the heat going. Slowly making his way up the leaderboard. So Aiden Mason-Camp holds on to the lead at the moment. Daniel Emsley is in second. You can see the scores on screen there. Aiden Mason-Camp has a 4.5 and a 2.33. Daniel Emsley has a 2.73 and a 1.17. Massimo Bienz is in third. White, you need a 1.58. And Josh van Wyk in fourth requires a 2.34. So only 2.5 points separating top or the bottom three surfers in this event, in this heat rather. And we're down to 10 minutes, so 10 minutes remaining. Very close heat. Aiden out in the lead. Daniel Emsley, you require a 4.11 to go to first. And then Massimo Bienz in third, looking for a 1.58. Josh van Wyk requiring a 2.34. Just over 9 minutes, surfers. White's up and riding. Important ride here for Massimo Bienz. He's in third place, but doesn't require much to move from that third into second, which is an advancing position in the heat. We've got just under 9 minutes remaining. Right, we've got a situation change. Massimo Bienz, your last wave, comes in at a 2.07. It's enough to put you in second. So Daniel Emsley down to third. Aidan Mason Camp in red, you are in the lead. Massimo Bienz now in second. Daniel Emsley in third. Daniel, you require a 1.67. And Josh van Wyk in fourth, requiring a 2.83. Very close between white, blue, and green as you're down to the last 8 minutes in this heat. So Aidan Mason Camp still holding on to that lead, mainly because of that strong 4.5, the highest single wave of the heat so far. In order to really solidify that lead, he'll need to drop that 2.33, and then all the surfers, second, third, and fourth, looking to break out of the ones and twos at this stage. Right, and Daniel Emsley now paddling into a little inside wave, working it rail to rail, trying to hope for an inside section. Comes through. Not a lot of energy in that wave, but Daniel does well to make it through to the inside. Behind him, Josh van Wyk. And then our heat leader seems to have found the better wave in terms of what was on offer in the set. Aidan Mason Camp, 2 big slashing turns into a third one. Is this wave going to offer up something on the inside? It sure does. He tags the section for a strong finish. So our heat leader, Aidan Mason Camp, looking to drop that 2.33. Quite patient out there, and got the bigger of the 3 waves that came through in that set. Now, scores to drop in for all 4 surfers. It's white, blue, and green going to be able to break out of the ones and twos here and launch an attack. The lead in this heat held down by Aidan Mason Camp. And then Aidan himself, a strong wave, one of the biggest sets we've seen since lunchtime. Quite a lot of power on that inside section. He utilized the wave face really nicely. So judges' scores dropping in onto the scoreboard. Daniel Emsley, his last wave, a 2.2. Josh van Wyk's last wave, a 1.77. We await the last of Massimo Bienz as well as Aidan Mason Camp. Surfers looking at some of the scores dropping in. It looks like it's going to be a solid score, potentially in the excellent range for Aidan Mason Camp. Red, Aidan Mason Camp, your last wave, an 8.33, an 8.33. So that gives you an idea of what the judges are looking for out there. Set wave, big, strong power turns in the pocket, throwing a chunk of spray. The judges liking that and rewarding Aidan Mason Camp with an 8.33. Massimo Bienz, your last wave at 2.3. So let's have a look at the scores here overall in the heat. So Aidan Mason Camp has an 8.33 and a 4.5. So he surfing second place is Daniel Emsley. So Daniel, you've moved back up into second. You require a combination, Daniel, to get into the lead. There's 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Massimo Bienz, you're in third. You need a 2.61. And Josh van Wyk requires a 3.16. Aidan Mason Camp in red, leading the heat with an 8.33 and a 4.5. Daniel Emsley's in second, needs a 12.83. Massimo Bienz, you're in third, you need a 2.61. And Josh van Wyk in fourth needs a 3.16. Red leads, blue second. White is in third, needs a 2.61. Green in fourth needs a 3.16. Priority is with green, second priority blue. So situation again for you. Red leads, blue is in second. White in third needs a 2.61. Green in fourth needs a 3.16. 4 minutes remaining. Priority is with green, second priority blue. Three and a half minutes remaining. Red leads, blue second. White in third needs a 2-6-1. Green in fourth needs a 3-1-6. Three-minute surfers. Aiden Mason Camp in the lead, an 8.33. I think that's the highest single wave score of the day so far for surfer in red. He eclipses that last wave of Brad Scott in the previous heats for the highest single wave. And there you see it on screen. This was the score in the excellent range for Aiden Mason Camp. Seeing a replay on the screen. Surfers in the water, 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes remaining. Daniel Emsley up and riding. He keeps White off that wave. So Daniel's lowest score, looking to drop. Still at 2.2. Let's wait and see what that comes in at. Just under 2 minutes, surfers. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Our heat leader, Aiden Mason Camp, up and riding. Daniel Emsley, your last wave was a 2.4. So situation remains unchanged. So Aiden in the lead, Daniel Emsley in second. Massimo Bienz, you still looking for a 2.8. And Josh van Wyk looking for a 3.36. We're down to 1 minute. Red in the lead from blue. White, you require a 2.8. Green, you're looking for a 3.36. Priority green, second priority blue. Got a paddle, up and riding on the inside. He finds a little wave as he's paddling back out. One turn there for Massimo Bienz. 45 seconds. Daniel Emsley up and riding now. We're down to 35 seconds, surfers. No change in the situation. 20 seconds. Red from blue. White in third needs a 2.8. Green in fourth requiring a 3.36. 10 seconds. And we're counting down the heats. 3, 2, 1. So results of that heat. Fourth place going to Josh van Wyk. Third place, Massimo Bienz. Daniel Emsley in second, and winning that heat, Aiden Mason Camp. Next heat, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Into heat 6 of the round of 32. Introducing the surfers here in this heat. In red, we've got Luc Lapront. In blue, we've got Luc van Wyk. In white, Simon Winter. And in the green singlet, it's City Kamara. This is a 25-minute heat. Heat 6 of the round of 32. And just an early call to surfers in the next heat. That'll be Jose Falconer, James Ribbing, Stephen Sawyer, and Swade Skalkwyk. Sorry, I'm not there. I just think it was the 22.5 minutes remaining. So well done to Aiden Masonkamp, taking a very strong win in that last heat, getting a wave in the 8, the excellent range, one of the most high-scoring waves of the day in that heat. In the previous heat to that, we saw Brad Scott lift the bar, and then Aiden Masonkamp lifting it even further. So tricky onshore, 2 to maybe 3 foot conditions out there, and Aiden Masonkamp managed to find a wave in the 8-point range. So the single highest waves of the event so far still held by Sam Christensen yesterday in the longboard, the LQS. He scored a 9 and a 9.23. Out in the water, no waves have been ridden yet in Heat 6 of the round of 32. And once again out there we got Luc Lapront, Luc van Wyk, Simon Winter, and City Kamara. This is day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro, a 4-day event here at New Pier in Durban. The second year that the eThekwini Surf Pro has been held. Last year, it was a QS 1000 with an LQS 1000 as well. So we had QS 1000 and a longboarding event. This year, we've added a JQS to the event. So we got the juniors as well. And it's made the event a 4-day event. The guys and girls fighting for qualifying series points to get onto the Challenger Series and potentially the World Tour of Surfing. Out in the water, opening up his account, first wave of Heat 6. It's a surfer in white, Simon Winter. Simon would have been watching and seen what Aiden Masonkamp did on that wave in his heat to get the 8, and he would be looking to emulate that in heat number 6. So the one ride so far in the first 5 minutes, it's Simon Winter. Let's see what Simon can lock in from the judges to establish an early lead in the heat. Scores coming in for Last of White, Simon Winter. "19 minutes remaining, surfers. 19 minutes. Up and riding, that looks like it's Luc van Wyk. No, sorry, that is City Kamara, surfer in green. Simon Winter, your opening wave, a 5. Simon Winter, surfer in white, your first wave, a 5. So we're just waiting for last of green, City Kamara. City Kamara, surfer in green, your last wave, a 167. So Simon Winter, a 5, City Kamara, a 167. Establishing an early 1-2 in the heat. We've got 18 minutes remaining. Simon Winter in the lead, City Kamara in second. Luc Lapront and Luc van Wyk, you are looking for 1.68 to move at this stage into second, a 1.68. White's up and riding. That's our heat leader. That's Simon Winter working the board, trying to get every ounce of energy out of that wave to try and get through to the inside. Whatever he does score there will go into his tally of scores because the top 2 waves count. That was Simon's second wave. So now what he's done is established a base that he can build the rest of his heat on. His first wave he scored a 5. Simon, your second wave, a 2.2. So Simon Winter's total score now a 7.2. He has that now to build on for the rest of the heat. At the back, it looks like Luc van Wyk's up and riding. Tags the section. Doesn't ride through that mid-break. Out at the back, looks like we got another ride. It's City Kamara. City on his backhand as well, so a couple of goofy footers in this heat. 3 goofy footers, 1 natural footer. Up and riding. Luc Lapront, using his priority. 2 quick turns in succession there. Kicks out, paddling hard in order to get his priority when he gets back out there over surfer in green. White, you have priority. Second priority is blue. Simon Winter in priority. Second priority is Luc van Wyk. Surfers, there's 16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes. City Kamara, your last wave, a 2.33. Simon Winter, your last wave, 2.2. Luc van Wyk, a 1. And Luc Lapront, a 3.5. So the results of that, looking at the leaderboard in the heat. Simon Winter, you're in the lead with a 7.2 total heat score. City Kamara, you're in second. You need a 4.88 to take the lead. Luc Lapront, you're looking for a 0.5. You're in third. And Luc van Wyk in fourth, looking for a 3. So Simon Winter in white leading. City Kamara in green is in second. Needs a 4.88. Luc Lapront in third requires a 0.5. And Luc van Wyk in fourth needs a 3. Priority is with white. Second priority, blue. "14 minutes on the clock." So we've had just over 10 minutes in the heat. Simon Winter in the lead. Simon, your scoring waves, a 5 and a 2.2. City Kamara in second. Your scoring waves, a 2.33 and a 1.67. Luc Lapront, you're in third. Luc, our surfer in red. You require a 0.5. And Luc van Wyk, Luc in fourth was looking for a 3. That could change, though, after the last wave of City Kamara. Right, so City Kamara, your last wave, a 173. It does go into your top two. So Simon Winter's still leading in white. Green, City Kamara is in second. Luke Laprant in third. You need a 0.56. And Luke van Beek in fourth. You require a 3.06. 13 minutes remaining. Blue up and riding now. It's Luke van Beek. Luke coming unstuck there on the inside. It was his second wave, so whatever score comes through there will certainly go into the top two. It will form part of his overall heat score at the moment. But he'll be looking to get back out there, try and improve on those two waves. He's carrying a 1, and then whatever he scores on this wave, as the judges' scores drop in. Lassa Blue, a 0.93. Situation, white leads. Green is in second. Red, you're in third. You need a 0.56. And blue in fourth. You require a 3.06. 11 and a half minutes. Eleven minutes remaining, so Simon Winter in the lead. City Kamara is in second. Luke Laprant in third, needs a 0.56. And Luke van Beek in fourth, requiring a 3.06. Right, this is up and riding. It's Surfer in Blue, currently in fourth. Luke van Beek has got the most work to do ahead of him in the heat. He's found a nice snappy little wave that's coming all the way through to the inside. Most likely his best wave of the heat. He's carrying a 1 and a 0.93. That wave he managed to lock in a couple of turns, so you'll certainly be happier with that. Found his groove there. 15 minutes into the heat. So important score to drop in for Lassa Blue, Luke van Beek. He was in fourth place when he took off on that wave. And he'll be looking and eyeing those top two positions. He wants to advance out of this Heat 6, round of 32. Scores are dropping in. Luke van Beek, a 4.5. So it shuffles the whole heat around. Simon Winter is still in the lead in white. Luke van Beek, you're now in second. City Kamara, you've been dropped down to third. City, you require a 3.18. And Luke Laprant, you're in fourth now. Luke, you require a 2.01. So Luke Laprant, your scoring wave, a 3.5, just the one wave. Surfer in red, you need a 2.01. So let's just go over that again. 9 minutes remaining. Simon Winter leading the heat, and he's got priority. Luke van Beek went from fourth to second with that last wave. City Kamara is in third, needs a 3.18, and Luke Laprant looking for 2.01. So he's not done yet. Luke van Beek, another quick wave there, 2 snappy turns. Bear in mind, he is carrying a 1.0 as part of his top 2 scores. So even though he didn't ride that wave very far, it could improve his situation. So Luke van Wyk, you drop the 1, you replace it with the 133. So the requirement edges up ever so slightly for City Kamara and Luke Lapront. White up and riding now. This is our heat leader. Haven't seen away from Simon Winter for a while. He held on to that priority for a long time. 2 quick turns. He's got a bigger wave than what we've seen in the last few sets. Utilizes it well. 2 turns. Simon Winter was carrying a very small score as part of his top 2 prior to that. Let's see what the judges thought of it and if he replaces that lowest score. Seven minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Score still coming in. Simon Winter, your last wave, a 3-2-7. So situation. White leads, blue second. Green is in third, needing a 3-5-1. And red in fourth. With priority, Luke, you require a 2-3-4. 7 minutes remaining. So Simon Winter leading the heat. Luke van Wyk in second. Looks like Luke having a quick look there. Simon also having a quick look. Our surfers in blue and white. 6.5 minutes. Priority is with red, Luke Lapront. Second priority is with green, City Kamara. White leads, blue second. Green in third, needs a 3-5-1. And red in fourth. You require a 2.34. 6 minutes. Up and riding, surfer in red, it's Luke Lapront. Important wave here for Luke. He has only had 1 wave the whole heat. So whatever he scores here will lock in. It'll position him on the leaderboard. Wasn't looking for a very high score to get from 4th position into the advancing second or first. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Just over 5 minutes. Waiting for a score for red that could potentially change the heat. Scores coming in. Last of red, Luke Lapront. It's a 5-2-3. It puts you in the lead, Luke. So now the lead is between Luke Lapront and Simon Winter. So Simon Winter was unsettled from top spot, unseated by Luke Lapront. And he's just had another wave. So, let's look at the scores. With 4 minutes to go. 1 more wave is still to come in. So Luke van Wyk, your last wave a 2.07. City Kamara, your last wave a 3.27. Just waiting for 1 wave of Simon Winter to still drop in. It was a 5.83. So the results of that heat: 4th place, City Kamara. 3rd, Luke van Wyk. 2nd place, Luke Lapront. And winning that heat, Simon Winter. Next heat, stand by. We'll count you in shortly. So So Simon Winter getting a good score at the end of that. He's locking in the win for the neutral front. And we're counting down 3, 2, 1.
So here the 7 hours out the order for the men to round of 32. Priority is both blue, second priority is red, third priority is white. We have 3 lanes red, 1 from green, 1 from white, and 1 from red. We get have the way for 30 days in the seat, 23 minutes remain. The first wave of green was a 3.0, first of green was a 2.0. The white is up and running now, that is TV square on that 18-inch scoreboard. First wave on red was a 5-3-3. First reverse is very popular, a 5-3-3. And he's up and riding again here. Is a circle from Jeffrey Bay. Last wave of white was a 5.5. Loss of white is 5.5. So early situation here, circles, we do have white in the lead with a 5.5 and 4.33. Red is in second with a 5.33 and a 1.17. Green in third with just a 2.0, looking for a 4.51 to advance. And then we have blue in fourth, yet to have a wave there, looking for a 6.5. 21 minutes remaining, 21. Last wave of green, a 1.13.
Okay, so welcome back to day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Sorry for that, we had a power failure, but we're now back on. And the results for that previous heat, coming in 4th place was Sidney Kumara, 3rd place Luke van Beek. Advancing through that round was Luke Leprant and Simon Winter. And out in the water now is the men's round of 32, heat number 7. And we do have Stephen Sawyer in the white in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.33. Jose Faulkner is in second with a 5.33 and a 1.17. Looking for a 4.51 in order to go into first. And then we have Green Suede Sculpfake sitting in third with the 2.0 and a 1.13, looking for 4.51 in order to advance. And in the blue singlets we have James Ribbing. So looking to open up his account here for heat number 7 of the men's round of 32. Surfers, we have 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat, 18 minutes and 30 seconds. And up next we do have the men's round of 32, heat number 8. Another stacked heat. We have Connor Slipen, Abuyile Damase, Tinson Gravit, and Teba Bushkwa. So stay tuned for more surf action. And then, as soon as we wrap up the men's round of 32, we are moving straight into the women's round of 16. And those heats will be 20 minutes in duration. So for the women's round of 16, stick around as we will be running them straight after the last heat of the men's round of 32. So that'll follow straight after this, which will be heat number 8, and then straight into the women's round of 16. But while there's no activity out in the lineup, I am going to give an update. We do have 17 minutes and 25 seconds, the surfers. And white is in the lead with the 5.5 and a 4.33. Red is in second with the 5.33 and a 1.17. Green is in third with the 2.0 and a 1.13. Green, your requirement is a 4.51. Blue is sitting in fourth with first priority, looking for 6.5. So first priority is with blue, second priority white, third priority green, and fourth priority is with red. Nice long wait there for James Ribbink, and he's getting started here with 15 and a half minutes on the clock. It's a nice snap off the top there as his second maneuver. Watching the paddle here from white, Stephen Sawyer. Goes up and over that first section. Really grindy conditions here with the onshore wind picking up, but still very contestable. We are seeing some average scoring rides in this heat. We have that 5.5 of Stephen Sawyer and a 5.33 from Jose Faulkner. So still very contestable. And we saw a 7.17, which is one of the highest scoring rides of the day. So still very Contestable conditions there for our surfers. Now we are waiting for 2 scores to drop. The opening ride for blue and the last wave of white. 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, surfers. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. So the last wave of white was a 4.4. Last of white's a 4.4. Blue is up and riding now. That is James Ribbink. Getting stuck on that first turn. But blue, your first wave was a 3.7. First off, blue, a 3.7. Red's up and riding now. Jose Faulkner, quick in and out there for him. The priority is now with the green. Second priority is with white. So the update is white in the lead, red in second, blue in third, and green is in fourth. So green, your requirement is a 4.51. Green is looking for a 4.51. He currently has a 2.0 and a 1.13. Looking for a 4.51 to advance. Blue is in third with a 3.7 and a 0.43. We're going to look to get rid of that 0.43 and replace it with the 2.81 or better to get into that advancing position. We do have red in second with a 5.33 and a 1.17. Looking for a 4.58 in order to go into first. Blue is up and riding now. So that was James Ribbink. 13 minutes remaining, surface. Watching the paddle here from Suede Skalkvik, surfer from Vic Bay. We saw him advancing through earlier in the men's round of 48. That wave not offering him much. So he kicks out of that one. So priority is now with white. Second priority is with red. Last of blue drops in. It was a 2.93. Last of blue, a 2.93. Watching white now. TV Sawyer. Looking very comfortable out here. The priority is now with red. Second priority is with blue. And we did have a situation change with that last wave of blue coming in at a 2.93. So that was enough to put blue into an advancing position. So red, you're now sitting in third, looking for 1.3. So not a huge requirement there for red. He's looking for 1.3, and he does have first priority. Last wave of green was a 1.2. Not enough. Green is looking for a 4.63 in order to advance. So for update surfers, we do have white in the lead, blue in second, red is in third, looking for 1.3. Green is in fourth, looking for 4.63. And up and riding now, we do have red, Jose Faulkner. Wasn't looking for much there in order to regain that advancing spot. 11 minutes remaining. Is he sticking with this one? No, he takes out. The priority now shifts to blue. Second priority is with green. So last wave of white, a 6.33. Last of white, Stephen Sawyer, a 6.33. And last wave of red was a 2.7. So another change there between second and third. So red is now in second, blue is back in third, looking for 4.34 now. So your high scoring ride, blue is a 3.7. You're now looking for 4.34. Green is in fourth, looking for a 6.03 now. So green, your requirement has gone up. You're currently sitting with a 2.0, and your backup is a 1.2. You're now looking for a 6.03 in order to advance. We have 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. Up and riding now, James Ribbink. Lots of speed there with that first maneuver. We are going to wait for that score to drop. We had a strong turn there, was James Ribbink. Priority now with green. Second priority is with white. Third priority is with red. Just under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat surface. Blues up and riding, staying busy here. James Ribbink. Last wave of blue was a 2.8, not factoring in. Second to last of blue was a 3.43. That goes into your top two, but not enough. James, you're still looking for a 4.34. You're looking for a 4.34. The priority is with green. Suede Skalkvik looking for 6.03. Currently sitting in fourth. Second priority is with our current heat leader, Stephen Sawyer, who has a 6.33 and a 5.5. Second place is Jose Faulkner with a 5.33 and a 2.7. So go into first, Jose, you're looking for a 6.5. Your two scores, a 5.33 and a 2.7. James Ribbink, you are in third with a 3.7 and a 3.43. In order to advance, you require a 4.34. And green Suede Skalkvik, you are in fourth with first priority though. Looking for a 6.03. Your current two scores are a 2 and a 1.2. And a 6.03 is your requirement to advance. Surface, we have 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority white. We have 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. And coming up next is the men's round of 32, heat number 8. That heat will consist of Connor Slipen, Avuyile Ndamase, Clinton Gravett, and Teva Ushkwa. You guys do have a 2-minute paddle out time. So as soon as we reach that 2 minutes, I will let you guys know. But for the surfers currently in the water, 6 minutes remaining. White is in the lead, red in second, blue in third, and green is in fourth. So green, your requirement is a 6.03, and you do have a first priority. James Ribbink is in third, looking for 4.34, and you have fourth priority. Jose Faulkner is in second, looking for a 6.5 in order to go into first, and he has second priority at the moment. And current heat leader is Stephen Sawyer with the 6.33 and a 5.5 backup. And priority is with Stevie. 5 minutes and 20 seconds now remaining surface, so time is winding down. Five minutes remaining surface, 5 minutes. Priority is with green, second priority white. third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. White up and riding, that is Stephen Sawyer. Last wave of white comes in. It was a 6.77. Last of white, a 6.77. Strong heat served here by Stephen Sawyer, sitting with two good scoring rides, a 6.77 and a 6.33. Red is in second with that 5.33 and a backup of a 2.7. And blue, you are in third, looking for a 4.34. Green is in fourth, looking for a 6.03. So losing his footing there was green. The priority now with red, second priority blue. And we have 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes. One minute and 30 seconds remaining now, surfers. Priority is with red, second priority blue. Watching the paddle there from blue, that's James Ribbink. Priority is with red, second priority white. Red up and riding now, utilizing his priority as well as green. Red still on this wave. Bangs that last section and he rides out. Looking to improve on the situation here. Just under a minute remaining, surface, just under a minute, 50 seconds. So we have 50 seconds remaining in this heat. Two good scoring rides from Stephen Sawyer, who's currently in the lead. Jose Faulkner second, James Ribbink in third, looking for 4.34. And green is in fourth, looking for 6.03. We have 35 seconds remaining, surfers. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds remaining, surfers. Last wave of red was a 5.2. So counting the heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the men's round of 32, heat number 7. Coming in fourth place was Swede Skalkvik. Third place, James Ribbink. And we counting down to start this next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So welcome back to day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And out in the water, we do have the men's round of 32, heat number 8. Last heat of the men's round of 32. And in the blue, we do have local wild card Avuyile Ndamase. In the red is Connor Slipen. In the white is Clinton Gravett. And in the green is Eva Ushkua. So we've had a couple of waves ridden here. First wave of red was a 0.2. First of blue, a 183. First of white was a 207. And the results of that previous heat, coming in fourth place was Swede Skalkvik. Third place, James Ribbink. And advancing through that heat was Jose Faulkner. And taking the win was Stephen Sawyer. The first wave of green was a 153. First of green, a 153. You're watching now up and riding. In the peak here, one beautiful turn there from red. Green still up and riding. That is Teba Ushkua. And up and riding out the back, local wild card Avuyile and Damase, quickening out there for him. The priority is with white, which is Clinton Gravett. He's currently in the lead with the 227 and a 207. We're now waiting for 3 scores to drop. Last of blue, last of green, and last of red. We have 20 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. And coming up next, we do have the women's round of 16. heat number 1. So that heat will consist of Louise Lepront, Emily Jenkinson, and Crystal Hewlett. Please check in with the beach marshal. You ladies are next: Louise Lepront, Emily Jenkinson, and Crystal Hewlett. 20 minutes remaining here, surfers. We have 20 minutes. Last wave of blue was a 0.37. Last wave of green, a 2.33. And the last wave of red was a 4.67. Watching the paddle here from Clinton. Draws that cut back into the power source, up and over that second section, and he rides out. The priority is with blue, second priority red, and third priority is with green. $18 minutes remaining in this heat, surface. We have 18 minutes remaining. Just saw a ride there from blue. And that score comes in. It was a 2.13 for Abuile Ndamase, a 2.13. And he's up and riding again, quick in and out there for blue. The current situation, surfers, we do have white in the lead with a 2.83 and a 2.27. Red is in second with a 4.67 and a 0.2. You're looking for a 0.43 red in order to go into first. And blue is sitting in third with a 2.13 and a 1.83. Looking for a small requirement of a 2.75 to advance. And then we have a green in fourth with a 2.33 and a backup of a 1.53. Also not looking for much. He's looking for a 2.55 in order to advance. So a couple small scores to start off this heat. The high scoring rider being a 4.67 from red. And with just under 17 minutes, priority is with red, second priority green, and third priority is with white. Just another reminder, we do have the women's round of 16 coming up next, straight after this heat, as we watch blue here, Abuile Ndamase getting one turn. Last wave of blue was a 1.6. Last of blue, a 1.6, not factoring in. The situation remains the same here. Surfers, whites in the lead, red in second, blue in third, looking for a 2.75. And green is in fourth, looking for a 2.55. We have 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here, surfers. Current situation is, wait, let's have a look here. Blue going for that pop shove it. Not getting the landing. So 15 minutes remaining here, surfers. Current situation is white in the lead. Clinton, grab it. Your two scores are a 2.83 and your backup is a 2.27. Connor Slipen, you are in second with a 4.67 and a 0.2. You're looking for a 0.43 in order to go into the lead. Blue, Avuyile and Damase, you are in third with a 2.13 and a 1.83. Your requirement is a 2.75 to advance. And green, Teva, you are in fourth. Your two scores are a 2.33 and a 1.53. Your requirement is a 2.55. So green, you're looking for a 2.55 in order to advance. And surfers, we have 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Up and riding now, that is Connor Slipen. Two quick turns there for surfer in the red singlet. Is looking to get rid of that 0.2. 14 minutes remaining. Blue's up and riding now. Avuyile and Damase really busy in this heat. Up and riding out the back, that is Teva. Heading to now 3 turns. And he's cruising down the line here. $13 minutes remaining, surface 13 minutes. Last wave of blue was a 2.5. Last of blue a 2.5. Goes into your top 2, but you are still in third. Last wave of green was a 3.47. Last of green a 3.47. And last wave of red was a 6.67. So, surfers, we do have a situation change. Red, you now move into the lead. Green is now sitting in second. So, white is now in third and blue is in fourth. So, red, your two scores now are a 6.67 and your backup is a 4.67. So, that's red. Green, you are in second with a 3.47 and a 2.33. You're looking for a 7.87, but wait. Watching now, that is green. So I'll say that again. Green, you are in second with a 3.47 and a 2.33. We are going to wait for your last score to drop. White, you are sitting in third with a 2.83 and a 2.27. You're looking for a 2.98, but that may change as we're waiting for the last of green. Watching red now, current heat leader Connor Slipen. So the last wave of green was a 2.37. Last of green, a 2.37. Priority is with white. Second priority is with blue. Last of red, a 1.2. That score not factoring in. So we do have red in the lead. Green in second. White in third. Blue is in fourth. Blue, your two scores are a 2.5. And a 2.13. I'll say that again. So blue is in fourth with a 2.5 and a 2.13. You are looking for a 3.35 to advance. White is in third with a 2.83 and a 2.27. White, your requirement is a 3.02. Green in second with a 3.47 and a 2.37. Green, your requirement is a 7.87 to go into the lead. And we do have red, Connor Slipen in the lead with a 6.67 and a 4.67. We have 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Up and riding now. That is Connor Slipen, current heat leader. last wave of red was a 3.63. That score does not factor in. Last of green a 0.77. So no change to the situation. Surfers, we still have red in the lead, green in second, white in third, looking for a 3.02, and blue is in fourth, looking for a 3.35. Priority is with white, second priority is with blue, third priority green, and fourth priority is with red. Surfers, we have 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. That's current heat leader Connor Slipen up and riding. In order to advance, blue, you are sitting in fourth with the 2.5 and a 2.13. Your requirement is a 3.35. So surf is in third and fourth. Not looking for huge scores. Blue is looking for a 3.35 and white is looking for a 3.02, and white has first priority and blue, you have a second priority. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. It's going to be a matter of time now in this heat. Okay, surfers, we're down to the last 5 minutes of this heat. We have 5 minutes remaining. Red in the lead, green in second, white in third, looking for a 3.02, blue in fourth, looking for a 3.35. First priority is with white, second priority is with blue, third priority green, and fourth priority is with red. Just under 4 minutes remaining. Surf is up and riding now. Abuyile and Damase, important ride here for him. He's currently sitting in fourth place. Getting 2 turns. There is Abuyile. So we want to wait for that score and see what it does to the situation. We now have 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surface priority is with white. Waiting patiently there is Clinton Gravett. So last wave of blue drops in. It was a 3.03, just short of the requirement. So blue, you're now looking for a 2.82. So that's Abuyile Damase looking for a 2.82 in order to advance. White is in fourth, looking for a 3.02. We now have 3 minutes remaining. Surface 3 minutes. Red still in the lead. Green is in second. looking for an 8.27 in order to go into first. Blue is in third, looking for a 2.82, up and riding now. Short ride there from Clinton Gravett. So losing his priority there. Priority now shifts to green. Second priority is with red. Paddle there from Connor Slipen, who's currently in the lead. Getting stuck on that turn there. You can see the frustration there with his body language. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Red does not have much to worry about. He's sitting with a 6.67 and a 5.07. Pressure is on though for green. We do have blue sitting in third, looking for just a 2.82. And Clinton Gravett in the white, looking for a 3.02. 2 minutes remaining, surface 2 minutes. Blue is up and riding. Getting that crack off the top. We'll just wave, offer him more. He's choosing to stick with it. Getting much after that. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Priority is with green. Second priority is with white. Third priority, red. So green, you are currently sitting in second, but we are waiting for a wave for last of blue. We have 1 minute and 25 seconds. So green, your two scores are 3.47 and a 2.37. Blue, you are waiting for your last wave. And white in fourth, looking for a 3.02. So last wave of blue was a 2.37, not enough, just short of the requirement. Abuyel and Damasi, you're looking for a 2.82. White in fourth, Clinton Gravett, looking for a 3.02. Surface, we have 55 seconds remaining. Priority is with green. Second priority is with white. Third priority, red. And red is having a go here. 45 seconds. Thirty seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, surface. 20 seconds. Paddle here from blue. 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Yeah, surface. Continency down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So surface in the next heat. That is the women's round of 16. Just hold your positions. Stand.
And we are straight into heat number 1 at the round of 16 in the ladies division. In the seats, introducing to you in red, it's Louise Laplante. In blue, Emily Jenkinson. And in the white singlets, Crystal Hewlett. 2 scores in so far. These are 20-minute heats. Louise Laplante, your opening wave a 1, your second wave a 2.
So establishing an early lead in the seats. Surfer in red, Louise Laplante. Louise is the defending champion of this event. She won the event last year and then went on to qualify for the Challenger Series. Louise surfed the Challenger Series event in Australia a couple of weeks ago. And in this heat so far, she has posted a 1 and a 2. 2 other scores in the heat so far are also by surfer in white, Crystal Hewlett, who's competing in 2 divisions at this event, the LQS and the QS 2000. Crystal, your scores are 0.5 and a 0.73. 16 minutes remaining. Priority is with red, second priority is with blue. Louise Laplante up and riding. Now see, we've also got Emily Jenkinson going left, so 2 surfers up and riding on this wave. Louise Laplante kicks out, looking to build on what she's already scored in the heat. She'll be looking to drop those, the 1 and the 2, which was the scores of the first 2 rides that Louise had. Scores starting to drop in for last of red. And it looks like Louise has confidently improved on those first 2 scores. So her first wave was a 1. Her second wave then scored a 2. An uncharacteristic slow start there for Louise, but she backs that up now. Louise, your last wave was a 4. So Louise Laplante in the lead with a 4 and a 2. Emily Jenkinson, your opening wave was a 177. Crystal Hewlett, 0.5 and a 0.73. That's Crystal up and riding. Twelve and a half minutes remaining. 12 and a half minutes. Crystal Hewlett, your last wave, scored a 177. It's enough to put you into second place, Crystal. So situation, red, Louise Lepront in the lead. Crystal Hewlett, you're in second. Crystal, you need a 4-2-3 to take the lead. And then Emily Jenkinson in third at the moment. Emily, you require a 1-6-7. We've got 11 and a half minutes to go. Once again, an update for you. Louise Lepront, you're in the lead with a 4 and a 2. Crystal Hewlett in second. You need a 4-2-3 to take the lead. And Emily Jenkinson in third. You require a 1-6-7, Emily. There's just under 11 minutes to go. Out in the water. That's our heat leader up and riding. That is Louise Lepront. So Louise looking to improve on her lowest score of the heat. She's carrying a 2 as part of her pair of scores. If you look on the top left-hand side of the screen, if you're watching online, Louise Lepront, she's got a 4 and a 2, adds up to 6 total. So let's see what that last wave comes in at and see if it improves her overall situation. Lots of waves being ridden, so we're waiting for a score for last of red, last of white, and last of blue. Louise Lepront, your last wave. Louise scored a 3-0-7. So that previous wave with the 2 turns, a 3-0-7. It improves your lead, Louise. So situation with 9 minutes to go. Louise Lepront is in the lead with a 4 and a 3-0-7. Emily Jenkinson, your last wave was a 2-4-3. Emily, it puts you back into second. Emily, you need a 4-6-4 to take the lead from Louise. And then Crystal Hewlett. Crystal, you're down into third again. You require a 2.43 to regain that second place. So red leads, blue is in second. White, you require a 2.43. Priority is with white, second priority red. 8 minutes to go, ladies. 8 minutes. Surf in red, Louise Lepront leading the heat with a 4 and a 3-0-7. Emily Jenkinson in second. That is being chased down by our surfer in white in the third currently. That's Crystal Hewlett. And Crystal requires a 2.43. Priority is with white, second priority red. So Emily Jenkinson up and riding, looking to consolidate that second position, try and lock it down and stay in the advancing position in this heat. Prior to that wave, she was holding a pair of waves, a 2.43 and a 1.77. So looking to improve on that and try and distance herself from surfer in white's Crystal Hewlett. Meanwhile, out at the back, Louise Lepront up and riding now. Louise, our heat leader. She's the defending champion of this event. Louise won the inaugural eThekwini Surf Pro here last year. went on to get a number of points in the Africa qualifying series, enough to qualify for the Challenger series on the WSL. And we saw her in action earlier in the year in Australia on the Challenger series. So scores coming in. Important ride for Emily Jenkinson. Just got one more judges' score to be posted. So stand by, surfers. We've got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes. Priority is with white. Second priority is with red. Louise Leprant, your last wave. The highest of the heat so far. A 5.17. That really consolidates your lead at this point. So Louise Leprant, a 5.17 and a 4. Emily Jenkinson, to take that lead, you require a 6.5. You are in second. Your last wave was a 2.67. And then Crystal Hewlett, holding patiently onto priority. Crystal, you need a 3.33. So let's look at that again. Louise Leprant is in the lead. Emily Jenkinson in second. Surfer in white, Crystal Hewlett, with priority in third, needs a score of a 3.33 or better to move up into second, into the advancing position of this heat. We've got 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Ladies, for the next heat, you can paddle out on the 2-minute mark. So just under 5 minutes. Louise Leprant established an early lead, has managed to hold on to the lead throughout the heat. A 5.17 and a 4 are her pair of counting rides at the moment. Emily Jenkinson in second with a 2.67 and a 2.43. Emily would require a 6.5 or better to take the lead from Louise Leprant. So that she would require the best wave of the heat so far to try and snatch that lead away from Louise Leprant. And let's look at the requirement for our surfer in white, holding down priority very patiently. Crystal Hewlett. Crystal requires a 3.33. Surfers just under 4 minutes remaining. Emily Jenkinson, your last wave doesn't factor into your top two, so the situation remains the same. You're in second. Crystal Hewlett, you still require a 3.33. On screen, that's Crystal Hewlett, patiently waiting. He has priority. You can see from your screen, left to right, the northeasterly wind blowing pretty strong now. Good 15 knots out there. The good thing about that is it might actually blow a little bit of the swell out at sea in. We could have a slight bump in the swell size tomorrow morning, which will be great. Still a couple of heats to get through today, though. We're in the round of 16 of the women's. 3 more 20-minute heats today as we go into the late afternoon here at the new pier, day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. 2.5 minutes, surfers, 2.5 minutes. So Crystal Hewlett, she's waited around 6 or 7 minutes using that priority, hasn't pulled the trigger on a wave yet, hasn't gone on any of the small ones, is definitely waiting for a slightly bigger set. They are out there, just got to time it right. Meanwhile, in the mid-break, taking off, it's our heat leader up at the lip. 2 carving turns there for Louise Leprant. Right, now Crystal Hewlett at the back decides this is the wave She's going to use her priority on. The whitewater just rushes ahead of her and she doesn't get round. So that is not going to improve Crystal's situation. She was looking for score to try and get out of that third place. Priority now shifts to Emily Jenkinson. 1.5 minutes remaining. 1.5 minutes. Blue has priority. Emily takes off, uses that priority. Just over 1 minute, surfers. White, Crystal Hewlett's priority is back with Crystal. So White, you have priority. 1 minute on the clock. Crystal Hewlett, you're still in third. Your last wave is 0.9, doesn't factor in. 1 minute remaining. Louise Leprant is in the lead. White has priority. Blue has second priority. So paddling into this is Crystal Hewlett. 45 seconds. Twenty seconds. We're counting down the heat shortly. Counting down 3, 2, 1. So results of that heat. Crystal Hewlett in third, Emily Jenkinson second, and winning that heat, Louise Leprant. Counting down 3, 2, 1. So stay tuned for heat number 2, round of 16 in the ladies division at the eThekwini Surf Pro.
So thanks Mark Frew walking us through those last couple of heats. See a couple early rides here in this heat number 2 round of 16. So I am Greg Bigfoot Emsley joining you down here. Just arrived in Durban this morning as we see Red up on a quick wave there. And really awesome to be back down in Surf City on the beachfront. Was here a few weeks ago, enjoyed my time. So much history to this beachfront. And you just think about how much the surf along the Golden Mile has given so many of our surfers. Of course, Geordie Smith, #1 in the world at the moment because of breaks like this. And yes, it's tricky today, but this is what you got to do to become a champion. You got to be able to compete in all conditions. So out in the water now we have in red Anastasia Fenter, in blue Natasha van Krienen, And in white, Lilius Tabai. So 3 minutes into this one. A couple of smaller scores dropping for the openers. First of white came in at a 1.17. First of red, a 1.67. And first of blue coming in at a 2-point ride. Just a couple of small scores to start. Getting back to my trip, my drive through from East London. Left the early hours of this morning. Lovely trip through the Wild Coast, nice and quiet. And loved hitting the South Coast. Phoned my good friend Royden Bryson along the way because I did see there was quite a lot of swell. Looked solid 6 foot plus, and he was sneaking some waves, and he said it was building. So hopefully this easterly wind that we have now is going to push some of that swell through into tomorrow, and let's hope for a bit more on tap here for the coming days. Second score coming in for red was a 0.5, as we see Surfer and Red Anastasia up and riding. Just keeping busy, trying to find some opportunities early on. That's been the go-to strategy for most surfers today. I've had the pleasure of being a spectator today, so sitting down the beach and chatting to many of the surfers and listening to their different strategies. As I mentioned, tough surf on offer today, but we've definitely seen some highlights. A couple of surfers really slicing through those turns and still making it look pretty fun out there. 5 minutes gone, 15 minutes to go. Last of red coming in at a 0.8. We see Surfer in blue having a look here, up and riding. Tash van Grenen, nice strong snap to start. That wave does peter out. So that leaves Surfer in white at the back with first priority. Red with second priority. And last of blue comes in at a 3.67. Tash van Grenen getting rewarded for that one slash, a 3.67. So that is the highest number so far in the heat. Of course, early days here in heat number 2, round of 16. 14 minutes to go. Early situation has blue first, red in second, white down in third, looking for just a 1.31. And on that news, white is up and riding. We'll snap to start for Lilius. And we see this onshore wind picking up. A lot of competitors would say they prefer a little bit of onshore surf when it's a bit smaller because it gives you a bit more lip, a few more sections to capitalize on. But you've got to do a bit more hunting. Not all the waves are going to work out. And you'll see the standard for today is generally quite a few waves ridden in the scoreline of our surfers. First priority is with red, second priority with Surfer in blue, third priority Surfer in white. And that last score of white comes in at a 2.17. So last of white a 2.17. So we have a situation change. Blue is in first, white now up to second. Red down in third. Surfer in red, you're looking for a 1.68 to advance. So up and riding, this is Anastasia Fenter, just setting up the board speed. Get some nice flow over those couple of climbs. And then she's out of that one. 12 minutes remaining. And Surfer in red, your last score, a 1.73. So, situation change. Red, you are back up into second place now. So we have blue in the lead, red second, white in third, looking for a 1.23. So small numbers required here. None of our surfers really running away with this one. However, Natasha van Grienen in blue does have the two best scores of the heat in a 3.67 and a 2-point ride. Surfer in blue in the lead. She also has first priority. Second priority sits with Surfer in white. We are watching the eThekwini Surf Pro. How exciting. You see Surfer in blue working this one through. Oh, gets a little bit of a double up on that one. So how exciting. We have kicked off the local African surf calendar. We've got 1 month of the world's best surfers visiting our shores. It's a busy schedule. And what a treat for our local surfers, our local spectators. These are the events that pushes surfing in our region. Halfway through the heat, 10 minutes to go. Last of blue coming in at a 3.27. Last of blue, a 3.27. The surfer in blue, Natasha van Grienen, extends her lead. White now. Lilius Tabai up and riding. He's out of that. Surfer in white down in third. And red, Anastasia, trying to get around this section. Will it hold up for her? Gets a quick snap in the pocket. Climbs up over the foam. It does well to fit those two maneuvers in. Last of white comes in at a 1.87. So situation change again. White is up into second, but waiting for last of red. And last of red is in. It's a 2.33. So situation change yet again. New situation is we've got blue first, red second, white in third. Surfer in white. You're now looking for a 1.9 to go to second. The situation, we have blue first, red second, white third, looking for a 1.9. First priority is with our heat leader, surfer in blue. Second priority is white. Just while the girls are sitting in this lull, I'll give them the situation one more time. Situation in the water. Blue first, red second, white third, looking for a 1.9. Just on 8 minutes to go. Natasha van Grienen up and riding. Just looking to improve that scoreline. Not too much on offer there. And white on the deeper peak. Nice section ahead. Gets the crack in the pocket. One turn, but a nice section there to work with. Surfer in white. Lilias Tobias sitting down in third, working hard there to try and bump herself into the advancing top two positions. Last of blue not going to factor in. So we'll wait for that all-important score for last of white to come in and the new situation. Starting to drop and it's looking decent for our surfer in white. And there it is, last of white, a 4.23. So surfer in white gets the best number of the heat. So surfer in white is now up to second. You see surfer in red and white having a look here. A quick ride for them. 6 minutes to go. Blue still in first place. White in second. Red down in third. Looking for a 4.08 to advance. Last of white comes in at a 2.4, so that goes into her top two. So blue leads, white in second, red down in third, looking for a 4.3. Time call surfers, 5 minutes remaining. No change to situation. Blue first, white second, red in third, looking for a 4.3. Coming up next, we'll see our 2024 Olympian, Sarah Baum, in red. She was also a winner of the J-Bay Classic last year. We've got Danielle Powers will be in blue, Jasmine Fenter in white. Once again, a huge thank you to Durban Tourism, eThekwini Municipality, Red Bull, huge DNS Internet, and KwaZulu-Natal Surf Riders Association. Massive thank you to the World Surf League for bringing us these events. Really looking forward to the next month of festivities. Got everything from qualifying series. We've of course got the Longboard qualifying series as well. The juniors, the JQS, got the SASD events. The Challenger series coming up next week in Belito. Of course, the Championship Tour event over in J-Bay. Under 3 minutes to go. Blue, Natasha van Krienen is in the lead. White, Lilias Tabai is sitting in second. And red, Anastasia Fenter in third. Anastasia is looking for a 4.3 to advance. That will be the highest score of the heat required at the moment to advance. The surfer in red has some work to do. She can find the wave. She's got a mean slash on her, I'll tell you that. Really powers through the turns. Here she goes. That one not offering those sections she's looking for. So Anastasia Venter will have to reset and hunt that wave. "90 seconds. Right, so we're into the last minute. Can surfer in blue and white hold on to the advancing top two positions? We see white now, making sure Anastasia Venter doesn't have an opportunity on that one. We see our heat leader, Tasha van Krienen, working this one through with 30 seconds to go. So that leaves surfer in red with priority. Not much time here, 20 seconds. "10 seconds. We will count this one out. Keep an eye on red in 3, 2, 1. Saw Sarah Arm getting that opening ride, that one strong turn, opening seconds of this heat, and she gets rewarded with a 4-point ride. So first of red, 4 points. That's a handy start in these conditions. And up and riding, young Jasmine Venter with a nice slicing cut back to start. Surfer in white is the younger surfer in this heat, but nice and light on her feet. managing to get through a couple of those sections. And a paddle for Surf in Blue up and riding. Neil Powers. Oh, lovely. Slice off the top and another ripping turn for Sarah Baum. She's getting to work on this one. A series of big maneuvers for Sarah. Sarah's going to pick up a great score here to back up her 4-point ride to start. First of White comes in at a 2.33. First of White, a 2.33. Just thinking back to that last wave of Sarah Baum. In amongst all this onshore chop, she manages to get some speed, power, flow, maneuver, one maneuver into the next. So not many waves offering that. You see White up and riding, working this one through. And scores are dropping now for Surfer in Red. Judges have gone excellent with this one. Last of Red, an 8.67. So a solid score there for Sarah Baum, 8.67. Together with a 4-point ride already on a 12.67 total here in the first 5 minutes of heat number 3. First of Blue comes in at 1 point, and second of White 1.13. And we have first priority with Surfer in Red. 15 minutes remaining. On the highest of the day. On the highest score of the day. Heading at it. Right, so that last score of Sarah Baum, an 8.67, is the highest single wave of the day so far. We saw Aidan Mason Camp a couple of heats ago coming in with an 8.33. So Sarah was actually sitting a few steps from me watching that wave of Aidan's. She liked it. But I could see in her mind she was going, I'm going to better that. She certainly has done that. We see Danielle Powers up and riding here. The working chick. Danielle's actually smiling while she's surfing this wave. That's classic.
got unspoiled. Thank you, my bro.
Surfer in white having a look at this right-hander. Jasmine Fenter. Of course, the Fenter family always supportive. Parents Nick and Nicola. Just picture them sitting on the sideline saying, "Go Jazzy!" Of course, Anastasia unfortunately lost in the previous heat. An older brother, Christian, also a very good surfer. Had some great results through the junior ranks. So a classic tight-knit surfing family are the Fenters. And old Nick enters a few events himself, does a couple of the Masters. Just absolutely loves the surf scene, always happy to have a chat and excited about surf and surf talk. Really cool surfing family. That last score for Surfer in white coming in at a 1.87. So last of white, a 1.87. Last of blue coming in at a 2.57. So situation, red first, white second. Blue in third, looking for a 1.63. So once again, red first, white second, blue in third, looking for a 1.63. As we see lots of speed slicing off the top. Sarah Baum straight up into the next turn. Doesn't quite ride out of the second one, but the speed into that first turn was just phenomenal in these small waves. Just unloaded on that section. I loved that one single maneuver. The notes that I've taken through the day is judges rewarding single maneuvers on a wave. Where's the risk taken? Where's the money section on the wave? Where's the pocket? And are the surfers attacking that part of the wave? And if they do, they generally are getting rewarded for it. So just under 10 minutes to go. We've passed the halfway mark in this heat. And there it comes. That single maneuver for Sarah Baum comes in at a 7.33. So being rewarded for that committed maneuver. That goes into her top two, of course. Together with that excellent score, the 8.67. As Sarah Baum well out in the lead. So red leads, white holding on to second. Blue in third, looking for a 1.63 to advance. And we've got 9 minutes to go. Danielle up and riding, surfer in blue. Nice little vertical snap up into that pocket. Does she ride out? That's the question. So we got one more heat after this today. That will wrap up day two's action. It's been a lovely day down here in Surf City. So cool to catch up with all the surfers and old friends. I haven't even got started yet, but getting there. Love to wake up tomorrow seeing a couple of stronger lines running peer to peer. Keep those fingers crossed overnight. We get Some stronger swells filling into the bay here. There's a lot of ocean out there. I've spoken about the next month of competition. The World Surf League is bringing us every form of competition. And when I look at those maps, the synoptic charts, and what's going on deep south, there is lots of activity, lots and lots and lots to talk about swell-wise. And yes, it's a bit small out here at the moment, but I think spread amongst all our events through the Africa calendar, we're going to see some special days, a couple of big days, to see some fantastic surfing. Situation in the water remains the same. Red first, white in second, blue in third. Surfer in blue looking for a 1.63. Surfer in white holds first priority. We see red up and riding, nice wall. Nice crack off the top there. Oh, Sarah goes with a little hop. Just having a bit of fun on that end section. If I can ask for Sisonke to come to the tower, please. Sisonke. Last of red comes in at a 5-point ride. So it does not go into Sarah's top two. Surfer in red, Sarah Baum still in first place with a heat total of 16 points. So you average that out to 8-point rides, equivalent of 2 excellent scores. In second place we have white, Jasmine Fenter. Surfer in white is not safe. Surfer in blue, Danielle Powers, needing a 1.63 to go to second. Time call, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. So into the last quarter here. You'd have to say Sarah's safe. Jasmine Fenter in white holding on to second. But Surfer in blue, Danielle Powers, is hunting the lineup. She knows she's looking for just a 1.63 to move up into the advancing top 2 positions. Just needs the catalyst, which is a nice little running wave. See the young ladies heading out for heat number 4. That is the final heat of the day. We'll have in red, Jessie van Niekerk. In blue, we have Leah Lapront. And in white, Gabriella Herbst. So a strong heat to finish off the day here. 3.5 minutes to go.
Thank you.
2 minutes. And up and riding. This is Sarah Baum. Quick look at that one. A bit of a lull in the action. Hopefully we put enough money in the meter. We still get a few waves for the last heat. Sure we will. One minute to go. Situation remains the same. Red first, white second, blue in third, looking for a 1.63. Thirty seconds. Down to 10 seconds. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. So, Sarah Baum takes the win. Next heat, set your watches for the countdown in 3, 2, 1. So congratulations, Sarah Baum taking the win. Jasmine Fenter coming in second, and bad luck, Neil Powers coming in third.
All right, round of 16 heats. Number 4 is out in the lineup now. And in the red singlet, we do have Jesse van Niekerk. In the blue is the youngster Leah Lepront. And in the white singlet is Gabriella Herbst. This is the final heat of day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. We've had 0 waves ridden in this heat. So 2 minutes down, just under 18 minutes remain in this heat. 17 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, getting started in this heat is Jessie Van Niekerk. A quick in and out there for her. So 5 minutes down, surface 15 minutes remaining in this heat. The first wave of red is 083. First of red is 083. Up and riding now is Leah Lepront. Red up and riding now. This is Jessie Van Niekerk. It's got one maneuver off the top there. So top two surfers do make it through to the next round. Should be the quarterfinals. Priority is now with surfer in the white singlet, Gabriella Herbst. And utilizing her priority on this wave, she's up and riding. The last wave of red was a 177. Last wave of blue was a 283. And the last of white was a 167. So we do have blue in the lead with the 283. Red in second with the 1.77 and a 083. And white in third with that 167. Priority is with red, second priority is with white. So surfers, we have 13 minutes remaining, 13 minutes. The yellow prawns up and riding, getting a second wave of the heat. That wave definitely will factor in, as it's only her second scoring ride. We still do have time in this heat, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority now with red, who's currently sitting in second. A few small scores have dropped here for our surfers. Last of blue comes in, it was a 203. Last of blue, 203. So red in second with first priority, looking for a 309 in order to take the lead. As we watching the paddle here from Jessie. The priority now shifts to white. Gabriella Herbst, who's looking for a 094. She only has a single scoring ride of a 1.67. Out of there from white. It's one crack off the top now. Red. It's a sweeping cut back to the power source. Goes for that second one and she's out of there. The priority now shifts to blue. That is our current heat leader, Leah Lepront, sitting with a pair of twos. A 283 and a 203 for Leah Lepront. And we now have 10 minutes remaining. Surface 10 minutes remaining in this heat. So last wave of white was a 207. Last of red was a 213. So current situation, surface, we do still have blue in the lead with a 283 and a 203. Red, you are in second with a 213 and a 177. Red, you require a 2.74 in order to go into the lead. And then we have white sitting in third with a 207 and a 167. Looking for just a 1.84 to advance. And surface, we have 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Priority is with blue. Second priority, white. And third priority is with red.
It's about that time. I never see Richard out.
8 minutes remaining. Surface, we have 8 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority is with blue. Second priority, red. Third priority is with white. Current situation is blue. Leah Lepront, you are in the lead with that 283 and a 203 backup. Jesse Van Niekerk is in second with the 213 and a 177 backup. You require a 2.74 in order to go into first. White is in third with the 207 and a 167, looking for a 1.84 to advance. Again, this is the last heat of the day. Women's round of 16, heat number 4. Top 2 surfers will make it through to the quarterfinals. Who will the top 2 surfers be? Only time will tell. We now have 7 minutes remaining. Surfers, 7 minutes. Red up and riding now. Up and over that section is Jesse Van Niekerk. So time is winding down your surface. 5 minutes and 30 seconds now remaining in this heat. White up and riding now. Gabriella Herbst. Getting 2 turns off the top now. That's going to put some pressure on surfer in the red singlet. Priority is with blue. That is Leah Lepront. 5 minutes remaining surface. We have 5 minutes. Last wave of red was a 1.4. Last wave of white, it comes in, it was a 4.33. So that was enough to change the situation. So white now in the lead. Blue is in second. Red is in third, looking for a 2.74. So white is in the lead with the 4.33 and a 207, but up and riding now, that is red. We just saw a ride there from red. She's currently sitting in third. Last of red, a 197. Last of red, a 197. Not enough. Red is looking for a 2.74. But up and riding now is blue, Leah Leprant. Getting a little tap on her backhand. So priority with white, who's currently in the lead with the 4.33 and the 2.07. We're now going to wait for a score for blue to drop for her last maneuver. Red is up and riding. Getting the completion there was Jessie van Niekerk. Three minutes remaining. We have 3 minutes remaining surface. Last wave of blue was a 1.43. Score not factoring in. Priority is with white. Second priority is with red. Sorry, blue up and riding now, Leah Leprant. The last wave of red was a 2.83. That was enough to put red into an advancing position now. Blue, you're now sitting in third looking for a score. You just had a ride. We're going to wait for that score to drop. White is up and riding. That is the current lead leader, Gabriella Herbst. Getting stuck on that maneuver. An incomplete ride for Gabriella Herbst. 2 minutes remaining surface. Priority is with red. The last wave of blue was a 2.33. That put blue back into second. And red is now sitting in third, looking for a 2.33. And she's up and riding. 90 seconds remaining. Surface 90 seconds. Really tight heat here. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining surface. White is in the lead. Blue is in second. We are still waiting for a score for last of red to drop. One minute remaining surface, 1 minute. Last wave of red was a 3.93. Last of red a 3.93. So that changes the situation. Red now in the lead. White is in second. Blue in third, looking for a 3.58. So blue, your requirement is now a 3.58 with 40 seconds. She's up and riding. That's Leah Leprant looking for a score. Priority is with white. Second priority is with red. 30 seconds remaining surface. Wait. 20 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Onto the seat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that siren signals the end of the women's round of 16, heat number 4.
So wrapping up day 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. It was quite a grindy day. The surfers certainly had to work for their scores today. It wasn't easy out there. We started the day with those nice clean conditions and offshore wind, a little split peak with lefts and rights. And then it quickly turned into a high tide that was a little bit too high. There wasn't much breaking out there. We restarted the event. The onshore wind came through. But if I could sum up today, I think I would say it was quite grindy. How did you feel about the conditions?
Yeah, certainly, Mike. It was really grindy conditions today. We started off the day nice and smooth with the offshore winds, giving our competitors some nice, smooth waves to ride. But then when the onshore wind came, I was a bit worried. I was like, yo, what's going to happen now with these conditions? But the condition was still very contestable. We saw some huge scores dropping. We can talk about that wave of Aiden Mason-Camp. They came through with the onshore, and Sarah Baum also had a very good heat. So it was really, really contestable conditions and a really, really exciting day at the eThekwini Surf Pro.
So as the tide went out, the conditions did get a lot more consistent. It stayed in that sort of 2 to 3 foot range. The surfers really had to work hard for their scores. But the surfers, the top seeds rose through all the rounds, and that was a consistent thing for me. Is we saw a lot of the top guys continue to go through. So we ran the round of the men's round of 48, then we ran the men's round of 32, and we finished the day with the ladies round of 16. But the top seeds kept progressing through most of the heats. Luke Thompson, our defending champion, is still in the event, so he had a great surf, confidently getting through his heats. And then Louise Lepront, she dominated her heat and is still through into the next round as well. Let's talk a little bit about those top 2 scores you were talking about. We had Aiden Mason-Camp. He scored an 8.33 in his heat, and that was an explosive wave that really set the bar for the rest of the day. And then Sarah Baum in the ladies scored an 8.67. I think we've got a replay of Aiden's wave. Let's talk to that one. Here we go. So it was a set wave. He waited for quite a while for this. What was important there was flow and power, and importantly, no downtime on that wave. He was very busy on the wave, look at the speed that he brought through to that inside section. And for me, that was one of the standout waves of the day. The judges rewarded it with an 8.33. Similarly, Sarah Baum scored an 8.67. Talk us through that wave. Also, no downtime, speed, power.
Yeah, so the judges really rewarding the no downtime, quick through the transitions. We saw Sarah Baum attacking it on her backhand, the straights up and down, hitting those sections, and it was a really well-rewarded score, well-deserved for Sarah Baum. Yeah.
I was speaking to Greg Emsley, and he was particularly impressed with that wave of Sarah, and he said, you know, the transition between turns was just so quick and a lot of power and flow, and it really set her apart. So great surfing from those two competitors in those rounds in particular. So the bar set there by Aiden and Sarah. So we're going to wrap things up for day 2. It's been an awesome day here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. We've enjoyed amazing men's surfing as well as ladies, some high scores. Grindy, very typical QS conditions, if you can put it like that. And we look forward to another 2 days of competition still. Tomorrow, looking at the forecast, we saw today out at sea, there is a lot of swell out there from the buoy readings. It's sort of 2 to 3 meters. When you zoom in on the cameras, you can see that swell out to sea. We hope the northeast wind pushes it in a little bit overnight.
Yes.
So our next call is going to be 7:15 tomorrow morning, which is Friday morning, for a potential 7:35 start. Have a great evening wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Good one.
Thank you. That was sick.